Well, hello, everybody, and welcome. We'll start off with the clerk calling the roll.
Regent.
Here.
Clegg.
Here.
Halliburton.
Here.
Sanchez. Willits.
Here.
Woodings.
Here.
We have 5 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. Welcome back. Many familiar faces again. As you'll remember, yesterday we shared with staff a list of questions that council members hope to have answered. And so we're going to start today with our staff answering those and any others that council members have. There'll be another opportunity to do that again. And then we'll move into testimony. There are some of you that are already online on Zoom that were here last night. We took your names down. So we're actually going to start with those of you that were on Zoom for the duration last night, but we didn't get to you. And then we'll pick back up with folks in person, and then we'll go back to the new folks on Zoom. So just 2 things I just ask everybody to be mindful of today. First off, if you're citing sources in your testimony, you've got data, anything like that, some of you have organized testimony, that's great. Please talk with the person that provided you with that information before you come up to speak, so that if council members have questions about where that information came from, you're able to share it then. So again, we can keep moving through. And second, I appreciate the way everybody's treated each other throughout this, but I've got to reiterate it once again. Our expectation here in these chambers and in this city hall building is that we treat each other with respect. We've got to live with each other as neighbors when all of this is over. And I know it's a really tough issue and there's a lot of tension involved in this. So I appreciate those of you that have really been mindful of that and acted in the Boise way throughout all of this. But I will say I've witnessed some behavior that's absolutely unacceptable. And the request that I've made that you treat each other with kindness extends to the expectation that you treat our staff with kindness. So if we see unprofessional behavior, mistreatment of staff or citizens, we will ask you to leave this building. And that is a decision that I don't take lightly, but it's really important to me that we set the example, the stage and expectations of what it is and how it is. And we conduct ourselves in our community as individuals, as neighbors, as citizens, as we undergo what's a very uniquely American Boise experience. And that is that we engage, we are passionate about the stuff we care about. We have our time to talk. There's a process we follow, and it requires norms and expectations around behavior. And so we've got that here in this building. So thank you very much. And with that, the order today will be police, fire, housing. We've got both Maureen Brewer and then Tim Keene, parks, and then the library if needed. So Chief Lee, will you go ahead and join us?
Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you for your time. My apologies if my voice is a little scratchy or if I have to stop, something is blooming that I am not agreeing with at present. So I understand that there were a few questions directed from council. Please, if any of the members of council need to correct my interpretation or how they were communicated to me so I get you the right information, please just interrupt me. I understand that there was a question about police and police staffing resources and the implications potentially to lack of efficiency if the Interfaith Sanctuary was relocated versus its present location. That is a challenging question to answer, in part because we recognize that there is an arguable efficiency that allows us to deploy some of our specialized resources to a smaller geographic footprint, knowing that the community needing those services is located within close proximity. However, we also recognize that part of the police service demand is interactions with people, moving in and about with day shelters, other facilities, as well as other population passing through. It's very challenging for us to talk about what is the efficiency loss from moving. I can talk a little bit about some of that, but what is the efficiency gain by not having some of those interactions occur in the call for service demand? That's almost impossible for me to predict. when I talk about the potential efficiency losses, the primary type of unit that we send down into that area now to communicate, particularly with the homeless population, those seeking shelter services, it's primarily our bike unit. In part, why we built the substation, and this may actually answer another question, in part why we looked to relocate the present substation that we have now was that it put us in closer proximity as well as provided a better facility for us to deploy from to cut down on the amount of time. You can imagine you're pedaling a bicycle, cuts down on the amount of time it takes for you to get into the area. We recognize that if we were to have Interfaith Sanctuary relocated to where the Salvation Army is presently on State Street, rough estimated ride time for an officer to get from the substation now to there is about a 25-minute ride. Most of the calls for service that we see at the Interfaith Sanctuary now that we can attribute to that address, most of those are 2 officers response call for service, meaning that we'd have to dispatch 2 bike officers for a 25-minute ride, assuming they were just starting at the station house. So there's some built-in assumptions to that. So you can assume about a 25-minute time loss for 2 officers plus a 25-minute to return if they were doing the same type of work in another location. If I look at the calls for service for the Salvation Army as it presently stands and what we could extrapolate from Interfaith Sanctuary's call for service demand, and then try to attribute average number of hours it takes to solve those types of calls, it would represent roughly 1,776 hours of change from that location. I don't know what will the drop be at the present Interfaith Sanctuary location by moving them, nor can I estimate, depending on what goes in there, what the service demand will be there. So I don't know how much of that is just movement and dislocation, but I can say that over the present conditions, 1,776 hours, that's roughly 3/4 of a full-time employee's work time, assuming that they don't take vacation. If I double that for 2 officers, I'm talking about 1.5 FTEs potentially being relocated to another area, but I don't know if that's 1.5 FTEs worth of work being completely dislocated. What's the actual increase to workload? There is that efficiency loss as they move back and forth between those 2 locations. The average cost for an officer, so that you can start to put some dollars in your mind around that, if you'll give me a quick second to look, $47.82 an hour. So you can extrapolate from that somewhere in the ballpark of the dollar cost increase to the location. The physical location is about $85,000 a year, but whether or not $85,000 a year worth of work decreases again from the present location is very hard for me to determine. It is not as efficient. And especially when I talk about the staffing levels that we presently have, we would probably feel that inefficiency with the department more at present. But what our staffing levels look like in the future and our ability, how much that is a sustained sense of strain is difficult for us to really put a finger on as well, because I think the example used with Chief Nairmeyer is a little bit like trying to predict the weather. It will be an impact. It's an absorbable adjustment if this is the direction council advises us to go.
Can you just take that? I don't know if it's taking a little further, but it also, is it Willow Lane? What street is it on where we have the it's not really a substation, but the building where officers used to operate out of over in this area that moved to the substation? Can you talk a little bit about that and whether or not that would be something that you would look to when managing people with this time to move people around? Like, just put that into the equation if you can.
Absolutely, Madam Mayor, members of council.
And what you'd recommend doing with that if council moves forward with this application.
Very well. Part of why we relocated to the substation and asked for the facility to be built is the facility at Willow Lane is inadequate for us to have officers based out of full-time, like start their day there, stop their day there. It's not an adequate facility for doing that. It could be repurposed, and what we would do is repurpose that as what we would call like a touchdown location, someplace to write reports, someplace where an officer may be eating a meal, things to encourage and increase officers being there, and to also cut down that 25-minute deployment time. If they're already in the area, much shorter amount of time from the ride over. If we talk about cars deploying roughly from the downtown core to there, it's about a 3-mile drive. Depending on conditions, you can you can extrapolate what the time may be for a vehicle. It wouldn't be suitable. It wasn't really suitable for us to be deploying primary units out of there nonstop. It makes much more sense for them to deploy out of the substation and then use that as a place sort of where you're stopping in, you're doing work, you're staying in the area. That would be what we would envision it being. When we talk about some of the efficiency loss, though, that I think is important to remember is if we talk about the efficiency loss from the move from Willow to our present substation on Fairview, for years, we deployed those same units from Willow down to this area. So instead of thinking of it as this is, some sort of new efficiency loss, it's a little bit more appropriate to think of it as a loss of some of the efficiency we gained in moving to the new location, which again, we opened that location less than 2 years ago.
And may I have a quick follow-up just on that specific thing? Don't doubt you whatsoever. But as far as not being able to operate out of there, why is it that location is not a good one to actually operate out of, but would be more of a touchdown space?
Madam Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Halliburton, the reason it would be inappropriate is that it really was functionally designed to be a house. It's not meant to be a police facility. And if you can imagine trying to run some sort of small police department out of a house, it was ill-suited for what we're doing. It was inappropriate. There's a variety of renovations. We could easily change a section of what's functionally a house into someplace that's secure. You could sit down, you could write reports, you can meet members of the public. Very difficult to change into what you truly need for a police facility.
Thank you for answering my question, Chiefly. You actually captured it really nicely, and I don't have any changes to the original question that I asked yesterday. I just have a follow-up. So what we're looking at in this proposal is several populations of folks who are experiencing homelessness being sheltered in one place. Those include families, the medically fragile, the elderly, and individual men and women. And this might be slightly anecdotal, but I'm hoping that you have some insight into if any of those populations have a higher volume or need for police services, for call volume, and that type of thing.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Whittings, I don't think that I do have even anecdotal, much less evidence to be able to split apart the different segments of the populations experiencing homelessness as to whether or not, a family that's experiencing homelessness over a single individual requires more police service, other than to say that the more people you have, the more police service it demands is just sort of a generic answer.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Chiefly, thanks. That was actually the question that I was going to ask when everybody got done to it. For me, and I'm not going to put you on the spot and make you say again, you don't know, but if you can think about it or do any digging or try to find out between the next time, you're up here. For me, it's not so much which group requires police service, but which group is just associated with police service. For example, perpetrators and victims of crimes both require police service, but they're both just associated with it. So if we use that looser, broader category, who in the reports, what are the ages, what's the stories of the people in these reports, we might be able to dig into it. And frankly, to be transparent, this is something that I'm going to ask Interfaith as the expert on what's going on in their buildings as well. Which types of your guests are associated with the most police activity, because that may help us reach a decision. So no answer required. I know you don't have it, but if on further reflection or a little digging, you can get closer, that would be really helpful.
Absolutely, Councilmember Bajan. The other thing that I would like to add is that I think that if I'm only looking at the data relative to police reports and crime reports, I'm not capturing all of the other policing activity that does eat up deployable time. And so I think probably the best way for me, hopefully I can touch base with some folks and give some greater insight into this on Monday. I think really talking to the officers that serve that population and seeing if they have a gut sense. But again, it would be anecdotal, not empirical.
Madam Mayor, one follow-up. Just as you're gathering that anecdotal information, the two ways we're thinking about it under two different elements of the conditional use permit One is the burden on you, which is exactly what you just spoke about on your department, that what's consuming their time may not necessarily be crime. There's these other ancillary policing activities. But then the other is possible adverse impact to property in the neighborhood, which you don't necessarily have to speak to, but the police reports or crime incident reports might give us insight into that element of the conditional use test.
Understood, Councilmember Bajan. And if council would let me elaborate one more point relative to this. So if we have critical priority calls for service, we're not always going to dispatch a bicycle unit. Usually that is a patrol officer, car officer. I was going to say vehicle mounted, and I realize that might not make a lot of sense, but a car officer is usually who we dispatch. What's important to understand is that we generally have a single car assigned to what's known as the Valley 1 patrol area. That encompasses downtown as well as where this new location would be. If you look at sort of a hotspot cluster of where we get most of our calls for service, the current location of Interfaith Sanctuary, as well as the other service providers, is in close proximity to the downtown core. There's an efficiency gained in the officer working there. Occasionally, they may drift out to another neighborhood further out. But obviously, if we move a portion of that hotspot, how bright that hotspot will be is very hard to determine. But if we move a portion of that 3 miles down the road, that means that officer may be responding out there. If there's a critical call for service in the downtown core, we would have to draw from adjoining districts. And so there could be a cascading impact to response times that is difficult to gauge, but would likely occur, if that makes sense.
Madam Mayor.
We've got Halliburton and then Clegg.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Excuse me. Chief, I'm going to ask a similar question, but maybe in a slightly different way than our last two council members. So I think that the majority of the calls that the police department gets in Boise in general are typically welfare checks. Am I correct?
That is one of the predominant ones, sir.
Yep. And so when we did the CPEP study, SEPTED study, that I think was the highest percentage of calls to that area. I can't remember what the exact percentage was.
If you'll entertain me, Councilmember Halliburton, if I look at the present calls for service, April to our present month of April, so the 1 year look back, top calls of service for Interfaith Sanctuary, Ann Morrison and Catherine Albertson Parks would be welfare check, illegal parking, problem subject, liquor violation, illegal camping as the data that we just pulled. Those are the predominant ones they're called to that general area now.
Perfect. Thank you. So when you say a welfare check, can you give us a few examples of what that might be, speaking specifically to this area?
A welfare check in general anywhere in the city could be a variety of things. It's often a subject who looks like they may be in some form of distress, whether just emotional, medical, or mental distress. It could be a subject who doesn't look like they're ambulatory and moving. It could look like they're disoriented. It is exactly what it sounds like. It is a request for a police officer to go, make contact with an individual and check on their well-being and make an assessment of what services they may or may not need.
So I get that was my understanding as well. So I guess what I'm thinking about when we talk about families, individual, medically fragile, like that doesn't really discriminate. That could really be anyone, and it doesn't necessarily happen to one population in a different way.
Councilmember Halliburton, I think it would be fair to say that generally not in the subset of that population, but I think when we look at people that are experiencing homelessness, there's a higher degree of exposure to them. There's also a higher degree of visibility. They're living their private lives in a public space. Some of this is it occurring more or is it seen more? And the reality is when you're out there in the open, it will be seen more, will be called and asked to look. If you just sort of entertain the things that you may or may not do in the evening in your own living room, some of those may, if your neighbors saw them on the front yard, may result in a police call for service.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. Madam Mayor. That actually was kind of my second part of the question. I think what I was getting at, though, is that a welfare check could easily happen to a member of a family that's experiencing homelessness, as it could be a single person experiencing homelessness, as it could be somebody who is maybe medically fragile. Like that could be any of those groups of people. And that's kind of the majority of the calls that were a large percentage of the calls that we're seeing in that area. So it's not necessarily tied to one specific type of person that's experiencing homelessness, just people in general.
If I'm understanding your question correctly, Councilmember Howard, I would say that that assertion is correct.
Yeah. And then, Madam Mayor, I think my final question, well, maybe not my final one, but the final one for now. You listed off a few of the other types of calls that you were receiving in that area. And I think one of the things that I'm trying to wrap around in my head when we talk about an adverse impact, most of the crimes or the calls that you just mentioned were really ones that affected either that particular individual or maybe individuals that were also experiencing homelessness, but not necessarily calls where a neighbor, a passerby, a local business owner was being directly affected or threatened. It was more of the person itself that was the one that was at risk.
Councilmember Hyburton, if I'm understanding your question correctly, I don't know that that would necessarily be correct. The vast majority of these calls would be calls from a passerby who's observing something. They're observing what they perceive as illegal parking or a problem subject or an individual that they want a welfare check on. So there is an interaction and a perception from the community. I think that's a fair segue to say that anytime we move any sort of high density population to a new location, we see it when new apartment complex open. You know, we're talking about whether it happens more or whether it's watched more, you're suddenly going to have a new set of eyes that are much more attuned to it. It is likely that we will see an increase in calls for service. How long that would last is difficult to say, but you're suddenly having new people look at new things. They'll see it, they'll call it more frequently.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think what I was asking, though, is the victim of the crime that's being called in is typically the person who's experiencing homelessness, not necessarily somebody else. It's not necessarily a physical threat or the people who are being called or checked on, while it is maybe reported by the public or somebody else. It's typically the person who's experiencing homeless or the person that you're reporting to who is most affected by that. And it's not necessarily an external threat as much as it is a perceived threat to the passerby.
If I'm understanding correctly, Councilmember Hyburton, I think that in the top 5 with the data that I was able to grab since this morning, I think that is a relatively fair assumption that if there is criminal conduct, because a call for service is not necessarily criminal conduct, and I want to emphasize that. If there is a crime occurring, the vast majority of these 5, it would be the state, so to speak, that was the victim. It is not necessarily an individual that's transgressed against.
Yeah, thank you. I probably could ask those questions a lot better, but that's, I think, more information than I was expecting to get, and it's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for members of the audience, please know that Councilmember Sanchez went to the doctor out of an abundance of caution to make sure that she was okay. She didn't test positive for anything, but she is going to stay home today and watch us on Zoom. So she'll be joining us soon by Zoom. So she will be participating. Thank you. Chief Lee, so kind of a follow-up, I guess, on the line of questioning that Councilmember Halliburton was following. We have a little bit of data over the last 2 years, although granted during this time, all the data is a little bit skewed and we don't exactly know how, right? But we have a little bit of data where we've had some populations of those folks who are experiencing homelessness who've we've been able to house in hotels versus those who continue to be in the shelter. And again, if you don't have this data today, it's fine. Sort of like Councilmember Bajan's question, if you can think about it and come back. Has there been any noticeable difference in the kinds of calls for service in those populations since they've been separated and or housed separately, so we can kind of separate the calls for service, if you will?
Madam Mayor, member of council, members of council, President Clay. I would be speculating if I answer that this time, if the council would entertain my ability to do some research on that and see if there's any quantifiable information I can give you. I'd be happy to return on Monday.
Okay, thank you.
I'll jump in because I think it's probably the same question, but I'll let you decide if it's the same question. The data, first off, the data that you shared with us just now, was that, you probably said the timing of that data, but I didn't pay attention to that.
The data pool that we pulled, Madam Mayor, was from April 1, 2021 to April 20, 2022.
So the last year.
So
Okay.
basically last year.
So I think my curiosity is similar to the council president's, and that is, I think I wrote down the right numbers that right now, I think the applicant said there were 175 people in the shelter and 100 families in hotels. And those hotels are relatively new in the sense that it's been 2 years now. And the proposed shelter has 205 beds, 100 of which would be for families. And so the numbers end up changing. So I am curious, and we're thinking about mitigation for the neighborhood, if that's where we go, if there has been, if you've noted a change in the calls since the 100 people were put into hotels, or if the type of call has remained the same.
Madam Mayor, the only thing that I could say at this time is none of those hotels have jumped into our top 20 locations that we respond to. Those are obviously our highest draws. None of them do I recall seeing in that top 20 list of data. However, I'd have to look to see what the increase is. And again, if council will be willing to grant me the leniency to look that information up and get back to you on Monday, I'd appreciate it.
Right. So that's a different way of framing it. So it's the question of, so if there are 100 beds that are proposed here, 122 medical beds, family beds that currently are housed in hotels, which it sounds like you know where they're at. And then what are the calls for service to those locations look like, or do they arise to the top calls for service? Is what you're saying? You think that they don't?
Madam Mayor, I don't believe that they would drive into the top 20. What the rough increase to those, and again, because of the pandemic, it kind of skews all of our data, but we could look at it over time. What was the historic standard call for service load versus what we experienced, and try and extrapolate some information from that.
That'd be helpful. And that might get to some of the answers on the question of, is it a different kind of call for service? Great, thanks.
Madam Mayor, if I could ask another question. So Chief Lee, I've been going through the memo that you sent in response to the application and the 13 conditions that you suggested as part of that memo. As I look through those, and the question I asked yesterday were, what were the kinds of things that we would use as criteria for a security plan? Not necessarily asserting that we have to have a security plan in place before, if we were going to go forward with this application before the application was approved, but we would need to know what we wanted to have in the security plan. So my question is, are these conditions, if you will, the basis for the kinds of criteria that we would use? Are there others that you would suggest that aren't in here? Are there some that are in here that are less important? And then there are some, for instance, where you've suggested that BPD will conduct quarterly crime analysis, bike unit patrols, et cetera, et cetera. Is there a way to develop a criteria that would allow the public some transparency about the outcome of the things that you might end up doing in response?
Madam Mayor, members of council, Council President Clegg, the 13 points that we outlined, the department outlined in that memo are sort of the key pillars that you would tie into any security plan. There's obviously more granular content to each one if we wanted to delve into it. You know, what would be the role of a, say, on-site security? Are there benefits to physical security, such as cameras? Do we want to have conversations about the ability in an emergency for the IP addresses for those cameras to be sent to the police, things like that? We would need to wade deeper into those with the construction of a plan. Again, that is really a question for Interfaith Sanctuary as to the development of the plan and what resources they can commit. Our ability to look at it and make an assessment as to whether or not we believe it would adequately mitigate that level of population density being added in that particular environment. That's really the role of the department. When we start to look at issues such as quarterly analysis, there is the ability through dashboards to make some of that information more readily available in an aggregate form. So that's not generally when we put out things like calls for service, when we put out things like actual crime report information outwardly facing, we do it in a manner that aggregates it so you can see it to a neighborhood, but not necessarily attribute it to an individual to avoid mischaracterizations or releasing sensitive information. But I would think that the community would be able to sit down and look at some of that information. If there was other information such as officer hours into the area deployed, if there were other metrics that either council felt was essential or the community felt was essential, we would have to work to develop those things, but we could work towards including those in a sort of outward facing dashboard.
Thank you. So I think I heard you say that this outline could be the criteria. It's not the plan itself, but it could potentially give the public and the neighborhood some certainty about the things that will be in the plan. And then the specifics of how they'll be in the plan would be worked out as the plan itself. Is that?
I believe that would be a fair way of characterizing it, President Clegg. Again, I think thinking of those as sort of the broad pillars and categories that are essential from the police lens only for a security plan. There may be other things from best practice examining security plans that expand beyond just police, the police lens that may want to be included, but from a police-centric lens, these are key pillar content to any security plan.
Okay, thank you. One last question, if I might, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I just have a follow-up on that one real quick, if that's okay. So Chief Lee, I was looking at the Shelter Better Task Force recommendations, and in those recommendations, it cites a proactive and emergency safety plan. So in the memo that you provided with the 13 points, well, let me go back for a second. So since you don't have it in front of you, so the 3 parts of that are an impact report that the police department develops to identify needs related with the siting of an emergency shelter in a specific location and outline options for investments to address those needs, which I think what that memo was kind of getting to, maybe in a little bit broader way. And then the next point on here is a proactive safety plan, where it says emergency responders should create a safety plan for implementing emergency response services. In your view, is that something, because the way I'm reading this, I thought it would be something that came once a site is selected during the process of entitlement. So what was your understanding of that? Was that something that would come after the site is selected and entitled? It feels like this is where we're getting into kind of a sticky chicken and egg situation here. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Pro Tem Whittings, there's a difference between a security plan for the facility and a police response safety plan. I want to tease those two apart. I think when we're talking about what was our plan to respond to a significant incident, part of that, subordinate to that, is part of what is a security plan and their approach to minimize the demand for police service. So things such as on-site security, de-escalation training for staff, a variety of other things will help them mitigate the need to call for police. Our response plan would likely meet much of the same protocol for responding to any densely housed population for a critical event. So you can extrapolate from that, that there's a certain way we're going to respond to a critical location with that many people housed at it, whether those are temporary, transitory guests that are unhoused or they are more permanent folks.
Great, that's super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief Lee, if we find, like has been the experience in South Salt Lake, that the calls for service are actually higher than were expected and exceed what had been previously identified. Do you have an idea about how you would respond to that? What it might mean what resources you might need, what it might mean for budget, those kinds of things.
Madam Mayor, members of council, President Clegg, it's difficult for me to determine what that would be. But if we did see an increase in calls for services, it could mean something as simple as reallocating officer staffing and pushing more into patrol to enhance the ability to emergency respond. It could be increasing staffing of the bike unit. It could be something as important as redistricting the existing district so that there's a dedicated officer in that area rather than the large patrol area Valley One that exists now. There's various different scales depending on the impact. What I think is most important is, other than dedicating bike officers, any shift towards that and shifting resources has some impact on our ability to deliver a community policing oriented approach, because it's a much more reactive model that we have to transition to. Patrol operations is largely reactive, and it puts a heavy emphasis on the ability to do that. The bicycle unit does a lot of proactive work. Part of the ability for them to do that is that they're out of the vehicle. They don't have those traditional barriers around them to be able to interact with the community. That could have an impact on our ability to deliver the types of service, not just where we need to approach how much service we're delivering to an area.
Thank you. And just a little follow-up. What do you anticipate will be the impact on the bike unit as you've looked at what you think will be the shift if this were to happen, this facility were to be approved?
Well, President Clegg, I think at the very least, there are going to be frequent 25-minute trips in that direction, if nothing else, just to do the proactive policing contact with IFS. How much time loss that means, and because there's advantage to officers riding back and forth on that stretch of the Greenbelt and who they interact with, what that quantifies as to a time loss is difficult for me to figure out. Again, I think part of this is the efficiency gained by moving to the current substation from where we had them housed. Some of that efficiency is going to get lost and I can guess that that's probably about 1.5 full-time employees worth of efficiency is going to diminish and be relocated to another location. But does the workload in the current footprint of where IFS is in the Shoreline neighborhood, does that diminish by an equal amount? My guess will be it will not diminish by an equal amount, but does the increase of overall workload seem like an undue burden? It's difficult for me to ascertain.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I do have a couple other questions. Thank you, Chief. One of the members of our Shelter Better Task Force and Our Path Home recommended a few conditions to us. One of them was to have some better trauma-informed training within the shelter and staff that might be able to address some of the potential welfare check calls or reduce the amount of times the police would have to respond to those, because they might either be able to be solved in-house. And then they also mentioned a mobile crisis unit. I think it was with health and welfare. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts, if you thought that that would be something that would be helpful, if that might reduce some of those welfare check calls, or if you find that to be something that's separate.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Halliburton, I think that would be integral to a security plan and the ability to de-escalate and triage the types of calls that are coming in. That would be advantageous. That would be an advantageous shift for any sort of shelter facility to make sure that the staff had that sort of approach, that sort of training that is going to triage and mitigate a lot of the calls that we get. There's a good number of calls, regardless of location, the police officers get called to that had somebody else had a little bit of, sort of that situation first aid, for lack of a better description. They would have triaged them different and the police probably wouldn't have been called.
And then, Madam Mayor, the final follow-up there. Yesterday, I mentioned something about if we had better design that was happening inside the shelter, and people who were coming into the shelter were in a better experience than they are now at Interfaith, better quarters, better living conditions. It's still a traumatic thing, no matter what, going and staying in a shelter. And typically you're going in with a little bit of trauma to begin with. I'm wondering if a better designed shelter with some of these different practices in place and other different elements of environmental design and some of these security plans, if those things together might decrease some of the trauma that people would be experiencing, where they may need to have a call from the police?
Madam Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Halliburton, I think that I would be speculating on what the overall impact to that. I think from an emotional state, I think that sounds like a reasonable conclusion that there would be a benefit to it. But from a hard data standpoint, it would be purely speculative for me to gauge what that impact and reduction in any sort of calls for service or police response might be.
Anything further for the chief? Thank you, Chief. All right, next up, we've got Chief Niemeyer with fire.
Madam Mayor, Council, good evening. As I understood the question for fire, the question was centered around longer term, what does the resource impact look like with this application? When I came Monday and testified, I talked about two factors we look at with any application. One is response times. The location of the application, the closest fire station, are we within a response time that we can get there and effectively mitigate the problem? For us, we often hear about time in our service. So when we talk about cardiac issues, time is muscle. When we talk about structure fires, time is very valuable to us. The quicker we can get there, the quicker we can put that fire out. The second factor that we look at is station reliability. And I want to interchange the word reliability with availability. It's probably a better word to use here. How often is that station crew available to handle calls within that geographical coverage area? What I testified to on Monday is that currently Station 5, which is the current location station for Interfaith, is at 84%. Station 9, which would be servicing Interfaith, is at 83%. I know there's questions around call volume and moving and shifting those calls to Station 9, and what would that look like? And again, predicting that is a little bit difficult to do, but longer term, then the question is, how does that impact the resource of Station 9? And at what point do we need something additional? What we look at is, as we hit a reliability or availability rate of 80%, that station gets brought into our planning purposes to start discussing what other resource do we need either in that station or in building or staffing another station location nearby to be able to maintain availability and reliability. So at 80%, we bring that into our planning stage. When we get near that 75%, that is when we're engaging the city and all of you on additional resources that might be needed to help continue to provide service in that community area in the response times that the public expects, and quite honestly, that we need to be able to mitigate that challenge. You can do that in several ways. You can add a resource to the station, and I believe you have all heard the term squads over the years, potentially from the previous administration. It's squads, it's aid cars, it's some augmented service that allows us to maintain a good availability within that geographical coverage area. So that would be the resource impact we would have long-term when those numbers start to come down of availability. We would be adding a resource through discussions with all of you. Certainly stand for any questions if that didn't hit the mark on the question.
Madam Mayor. Chief, I just had a clarification. Did you say at 75%, that's the tipping point when you look at more resources?
That's typically best practice in the fire service is when you start tracking really at 80 and then you start building the plan at 75%, you're asking for those additional resources needed to make sure you can maintain a good availability rate.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor. Chief, thank you. So I understand better the Station 5 and Station 9 current reliability / what's the average for the city, or what do the rest of the fire stations in the city look like?
Run about 85 to 86%.
So these aren't already uniquely stressed, or all, like they're kind of ballpark average for everywhere. Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Chief, we saw some data from a firefighter that talked about availability of ambulance transport and noted that there's a gap in service in this particular area at a 4-minute standard, perhaps not at a longer standard. But is it fair to say that if you interpreted that data to say that if there is a gap in service for transport in the city, it would be in this area?
I think that is a safe comment to make. Certainly that downtown core area is our busiest area. I do just want to clarify for the record, though, that the transport standard time is 9 minutes. It's not 4 minutes. That's an ALS
I
apparatus,
understand
right?
that, right.
But certainly that area is our busiest area, for sure.
And this particular area that's being proposed for this shelter is one that doesn't have any transport as nearby.
Correct. And I think that question was asked on Monday, so I did get a clarification
Yeah.
answer. You would think I would know that being a former
Yeah.
Katy County, but
And then
Uh,
following up on that, emergency medical services are also more available in downtown than they are in this particular location. Is that true?
that I would have to look at the data. I wouldn't want to speculate on that. I would have to
Okay.
look at the data, so I can certainly come back with that answer.
Okay, that'd be great if you could. Thank you. The others?
Madam Mayor, one more. I guess, Chief, while you're here, I would just want to share with you how I'm thinking about your numbers, and then you can tell me if the inferences I'm drawing are wrong.
Okay.
'Cause I really
It's
don't.
really okay to tell me he's wrong.
Yeah, I don't want to be
I
wrong.
won't
Like,
get in trouble.
I really don't want to be wrong on this. So you testified earlier this week that Station 5 is at, I like availability better. Station 5 is at 84% availability. Station 9 is at 83% availability. And that you expected a call volume shift in the event the application, at least as we're reviewing it, is approved. And that you predicted, subject to caveats about predicting the weather, that you would see reliability at Station 9 or availability at Station 9 fall. And then what I just heard is that once it falls to 80%, it goes into the planning queue, which is it consumes at least some resources. If it falls all the way down to 75%, you start maybe more urgently looking at ways to allocate resources to that station. So the inference I'm drawing is that without some careful planning, not on your part, but on our part, approving this application would be a burden on your department in some way that we would need to address or mitigate, because 83 to 80 is a pretty small fall. And then 80 to 75, like you're right on the cusp. So those are the inferences I'm drawing. But if you have reason to think that I'm screwing up, like, tell me.
The theory you just laid out is correct. As we continue to drop availability rate, we need to be having discussions about additional resources. And I will give you the example, Station 5, and I mentioned this on Monday, the reason that they can maintain an 84% availability rate in the busiest aspect of our city is because they have 2 apparatus responding out of that station. So that's a good example of why that additional resource would be needed to maintain the right availability rate for the community.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
So Chief Niemeyer, I know that the Office of the City Council has been working carefully with police and fire to do some staffing studies and see if there are different ways that we can allocate resources around the city. And even looking at things like rapid response vehicles that aren't responding to a medical call with a ladder truck, for example. Can you kind of shed some light on where we are in that process and how that might kind of dovetail with relocating shelter to a different city or a different part of the city?
Great. Madam Mayor, Council Pro Tem Woodings, that staffing study is expected to be completed, I believe, in June. Certainly, we are having those kind of conversations, and we have presented those ideas, not only the core of what we do, the fire engines, the ladder trucks, but as our population grows, our call volume grows, how can we add additional resources to respond to some of the non-emergent, non-critical calls for service? And the 2-person units that you mentioned, the squads or aid cars or whatever they might be called, are certainly in that discussion. That will help augment areas that have incredibly high call volume. So we expect, based on projections, Station 5 is an example, that downtown call volume is going to continue to grow. Even with the 2 apparatus in the station currently, what might we need to augment that with, and not respond an engine or a ladder truck to all of those calls, but to respond a quicker unit? Those certainly have been in the conversations. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but.
Yeah, it did. I really appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, one more question. We've heard a lot about trauma in the last few days, and certainly folks experiencing homelessness, many of them have experienced trauma, and we know that it impacts them in many ways. As I look at this particular neighborhood and some of the testimony we heard yesterday, I would also note that this is a neighborhood that experienced some pretty dramatic trauma 3 or 4 years ago that was experienced as well by the first responders. My memory of that is that it had a profound effect on the folks at Station 9, and wonder if there's any ongoing effects and anything you've observed in this neighborhood from that trauma.
Madam Mayor, President Clegg, difficult question. Honestly, I think to not go too deep. First responders experience trauma every day, but certainly calls like the one that they experienced in Station 9 have lasting effects. Whether those effects are still lasting, the answer is yes. You don't forget those calls. I've got the 10 in my Rolodex that I can rattle off over the course of my career. You don't forget them. We do have great programs in place for our firefighters, peer support teams, counselors, et cetera, that help with that. But without knowing those individuals and asking them that question, I will tell you anecdotally, you don't forget those calls.
Thank you. I guess I just bring that up just to remind everyone that empathy goes all around to everyone in the community. And certainly heard a lot yesterday from both folks who are in favor of interfaith and know the trauma that those experiencing homelessness have, and also folks who live in this neighborhood and the trauma they experienced. And just want to make sure, kind of reiterating the mayor's point, that we're empathetic to each other. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I do have another question that came up, and thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Clegg. Fire Station 5, I know, responds to vehicle collisions with pedestrians and bicyclists in that area. I know that those have happened there before. I'm curious if you have concerns about an amplified issue at the location, and if so, and perhaps that's in your recommendations, if there's recommendations or conditions that we should be looking at to mitigate those.
With regards to the proposed location?
Yep.
Certainly, we did discuss that as a staff. I think that is a main corridor. It's a busy corridor, and I think there is some concern, but again, it's trying to predict the call volume, that there could be vehicle pedestrian accidents in that location as well. Certainly, we have seen that downtown with Station 5, as you alluded to. There is some concern on a state street, on a main thoroughfare, that could occur as well, but trying to put numbers to that is nearly impossible, but it is something we're aware of.
Madam Mayor, following up there, were there any recommendations or conditions that were discussed as far as being related to solving those?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, we didn't make any specific recommendations for fire. We went to that area. There is lighting there. There's some of those safety components there. So we did not make any fire specific recommendations because that's more roadway transportation corridor. We didn't have any recommendations for that.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thanks everyone for accommodating me this way. Chief, I posed a question to staff yesterday about what it would mean if the council, after hearing all this testimony, decided that we would uphold the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission to not grant the conditional use permit to Interfaith Sanctuary. What is the plan B? We have asked folks with Interfaith what would happen if the council were to uphold the decision of Planning and Zoning, and they said that would be the end of these services through their organization. So my question is, what is the plan B if we no longer have Interfaith providing these services, whether it's at their current location or at this new site? The people they serve don't go away. The need for the service is still there. And as we have seen in our community, the folks who are called upon to deal with those urgent issues tend to be police and fire. So that would be my question to you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of council member Sanchez, not to be blunt, our plan B is to still respond to people's needs when they call us. I want to keep that fairly simple because that is the truth. I think our biggest challenge, and there are some solutions out there that are coming that we're very encouraged by, much like what Chief Lee testified on, what we call public service responses. It's the welfare checks, it's lift assists, it's non-critical emergencies. For us, for years, we have not had resources at our fingertips that we can direct those people to. And I think we now have an abundance of resources, programs, contacts that we can reach out to get those individuals the help they need outside of the 911 system. In addition, Ada County Paramedics started a few years ago what they call a community paramedic program. It's one person ambulances that respond to some of these issues and help people find the right help outside of the 911 system. So to answer your question directly, Councilwoman Sanchez, that would be the plan B for us in fire.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you, Chief. Before we move on to housing, Chief Lee actually had received a question, I can't remember from who, about parking and abandoned vehicles. And so before he leaves, I just wanted him to come up and address those.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. There was a question about policing, code enforcement, and on-street parking as it currently exists at Interfaith, and what would that impact be for parking related enforcement if it was relocated to the proposed site? And the short answer is the process would not change at all. I think that we're drawing a conclusion that all of our parking enforcement happens down in the shoreline neighborhood, especially in relation to abandoned vehicles. And the reality is there's roughly about 8 sort of sites throughout the city that we frequently have to go and police. Whether or not we could say that, that we'd suddenly now have a 9th one that we're having to look at, and code enforcement is getting contacted for parking enforcement, and we pursue it that way. It's reasonable to assume some of those calls are going to go there. Whether that meant that we would not get any more to the shoreline, I think that's purely speculative, but it would essentially be the same. I think the bigger question at hand, the sort of and but to this question, is that we're now going to put it in a new location. As I've mentioned before, people have a tendency when something is new, they're going to call. I think it's reasonable to expect an increase in call volume about unlawfully or illegally parked vehicles or what are perceived to be abandoned autos and calls for service in that area. The process would remain the same. We police throughout several locations in the city, and hopefully that clarifies that for council. But if there's any other questions.
Madam Mayor, one more. While you're collecting data for Monday or whenever you're back, in the period that we've been using, whatever that was, April to April, number of property crime calls to Interfaith's address on Riverside. Just want to know that number as we think about what may shift.
Councilmember Bajan, if I may, I think the number of property crime calls specifically to the address of Interfaith, if I'm inferring correctly from you, the concern about potential property crime that may be to the community around the proposed site, I would probably have to look at, and I'm just making sure I'm grabbing the right data for you. It would probably be more beneficial to have some sort of radius around the Interfaith Sanctuary, and then understand that those calls could not all be attributed, but you could suppose from that some data. And so if you would prefer that I get both the address of the site and say 100, 200, 300 foot radius around it, that may be more beneficial to get to what I think is the heart of your question, sir.
It might be, but the problem is that all the confounding factors with the surrounding area. You can't tie every property crime 2 blocks away from Interfaith to Interfaith. And so
exactly, sir.
On the other hand, keeping it just to the address almost certainly undercounts. The reason I'm asking for the context is really under the code, what we're looking for is not adverse impact abstractly, but adverse impact to property in the vicinity. And so property crimes at the Interfaith address might be some clue to the types of calls that may shift over to this new area.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I'll be happy to gather that information and bring it back to you on Monday.
Thank you.
All righty. Next up, we've got, not sure in which order, but Maureen Brewer and Tim Keene to discuss the housing questions that came up.
Mayor, members of council, Tim Keene, Department of Planning and Development Services. I'm going to speak simply to the question that came up about the new zoning ordinance and the 300-foot setback that was included in the first draft. Maureen Brewer will get into the other questions regarding housing. On the zoning question, in the first draft that was presented by the consultant working on the ordinance, the proposal was to include a 300-foot setback from residential districts for shelter use. This did not generate a lot of discussion, but at the conclusion of module 1 in that process, there was a little bit of discussion about it, and staff expressed a lot of concern about that proposal, that that would have to be evaluated as we move forward to a second draft. We're not there yet, of course. That will be hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have a new draft to present to the community. The 300-foot setback is something that is common in the zoning ordinance currently. We use a 300-foot setback for other uses, particularly ones that generate a lot of noise, potentially. So for instance, bars and music venues have a 300-foot setback from residential zones. The 300-foot number comes from a block in downtown Boise. A block in downtown Boise is 300 by 300 feet. So the idea was, and this goes back some time in the zoning ordinance, was that a 300-foot setback is good because then you have a full block of development between the neighborhood and where that use is. So this is a draft ordinance, and as I said, there was concerns expressed about this specific thing when it came up in module 1. So I'm going to turn it over to Maureen on the other questions. Do you have anything about that?
I do. Thank you, Tim. I'm the guy that asked that question.
Okay.
And that was a really helpful answer. Not set in stone, based on the blocks, some concerns, still up for negotiation and discussion. Don't marry yourself to it. I'd like to know specifically what the concerns were from staff.
The concerns were that potentially if you enact such a setback, there'll be nowhere in the city where this can be built. I mean, we're already have such a limited footprint where this is even permitted conditionally to add a setback that could essentially be such that we'd have no place in the city to build such a thing. So further evaluation needed as to the geographic impact of such a thing.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Mayor.
Tim, was there any,
Go ahead.
any discussion among the staff about expanding the zones that shelters are conditionally allowed in, and or determining if there was a zone where it might be appropriate to allow them by right?
That has not been a part of the discussion to date.
Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify real quick. So the setback that we have right now for bars and music venues, is that a setback from residential zoning, or is that a setback from residential uses?
It is from either zoning or uses.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it different, because I was thinking we should have places that are, 300 feet from residential zoning. But if we're looking at residential uses, we have, residential uses in so many
commercial zones.
areas
That's
that
an
are,
important detail.
commercially zoned or mixed use zoning. So that changes the conversation. Thank you.
All right, Maureen.
Thanks, Tim.
Mayor and Council, thanks for having me. I'm going to bring a member of my team alongside me, kind of tag team the questions that were asked of housing and homelessness staff. Thank you, Josh. There's quite a bit of information to cover, so please feel free to interrupt either one of us if you have questions. Again, I manage our Housing and Community Development division, and Casey Mattoon is the our Path Home manager. So they manage our homeless services partnership and system. They also manage the Shelter Better task force process, so have a lot of insight into what was discussed there and what recommendations were put forth. So to get us started, I'm going to set kind of level set in terms of definition of terms that were asked about yesterday. And then I'm also going to, before we kind of get into the meat of the questions, walk you through some high level numbers about current capacity within the shelter system and how many people are experiencing homelessness.
And Maureen, are those numbers related to the community? What's the CSH stand for? That report that was referenced yesterday and that has been referenced throughout our
Madam-
conversations around
Madam
homelessness.
Mayor, that is correct. We were also asked to bring back numbers of people that are currently experiencing homelessness. So I have some information from
Great.
the most
Thank you.
recent point in time count in our housing inventory chart. Okay, so first things first, just a handful of slides on definition of terms. And I want to level set here that congregate means shared, right? So an entire shelter can be classified as such, or there may be some spaces within a shelter, such as what the applicant has proposed through their current design. So think about sleeping areas. Beds can either be in private rooms, semi-private rooms, various sized dormitories. And then there's the opposite of that, which would be a completely open floor design where you've got, rows and rows of bunks. Also consider living space if you wanted to categorize it as such. So daytime space really, including kitchens, daytime areas, lounges, etc. Non-congregate therefore means private individual rooms, sometimes called single room occupancy. These are detailed definitions. We've talked a lot about, or there's been a lot of discussion about trauma-informed care. Can you all hear me? Okay. I'm echoing chiefly in terms of the allergies or something.
We all have allergies.
It's really bad. Okay, so anyway, this is small and detailed, but really the take home here is that trauma-informed care is the evidence-based best practice for how we treat or interact with our clients, so with people experiencing homelessness, and it limits adverse impacts in and outside of a shelter. So in other words, it limits those impacts for people that are accessing the shelter who, as Council President Clegg was just discussing, are in a trauma situation, and that directly correlates to how people accessing shelter interact with the environment around them. Trauma-informed design, then the take home there, is how we physically incorporate trauma-informed care into the building itself, into the building design. Most of the work on this piece to date comes out of Canada. Actually, they've done a lot of research in this space around trauma-informed design. So trauma-informed practices, again, the key here, after kind of reading through that slide, is that trauma-informed practices, both care and design, increase the outcomes we want to see. They increase staff safety, and then also increase neighborhood or community integration, which includes that concept of belonging in the community, belonging where you are. I have to refer to my notes because I know I want to make sure that I explain this well and then that I've got this just right, especially if there's any questions. So low barrier versus high barrier. Again, I'll let you read the definition and then kind of pull out what it is that you should be gleaning from that definition. Low barrier, the heart of that means that we are connecting clients to services they need. We want people to engage in services. This is how we overcome barriers to housing and move people into permanent housing. And that is the goal that we're seeking to achieve: exits from shelter into housing. If we can't get you into shelter because of high barrier criteria or requirements, getting you into housing is that much harder. Okay, and then I think this is the last slide in terms of, or as far as definition of terms, and this is centered around best practice versus an emerging practice. The key here is that an emerging practice is a trend that we're starting to see and hear about and read about. And the key for a best practice, where I really want to draw your eye, is that best practices produce better results. So that's kind of the criteria or the test through which you should be running, whether this can be considered a best practice or not. Do we know that it achieves better results?
Madam Mayor, Maureen, boiling that down, do I understand best practice to mean empirically demonstrated,
Correct.
Whereas emerging practices seems like a good idea, might be possible?
Madam Mayor, Council Member Bajent, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor. Maureen, has the housing team analyzed IFS's proposal to determine what in the proposal is a best practice versus an emerging practice?
Madam Mayor, Pro Tem Woodings, the Our Path Home Executive Committee analyzed or evaluated Interfaith Sanctuary's proposal through a best practice lens. And then in response to the questions received last night, we also in this presentation will walk through the conditions that are currently listed within the application or within the record and run those through a best practice lens to say, okay, this either meets best practice or these modifications could be made should council decide to condition.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to move into just a quick level set about the numbers. I have 2 slides as it relates to these. I want to make clear that the PIT, the point in time count, and the HIC, the housing inventory chart, help us demonstrate what the need is. Casey actually just submitted the 2022 numbers to the federal government yesterday.
Real quick, Maureen, can you give us the definition of homeless for this data?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajan, absolutely. So when we count people experiencing homelessness for the point in time count, they have to be experiencing literal homelessness, which means they were in an emergency shelter on the night of the count or they were sleeping outside. So these numbers fluctuate, and I want to be clear about that. So it is very difficult, I will say impossible, for anyone to assert exactly how many people are experiencing homelessness over time. So take these numbers with a grain of salt. The point in time count means that on this night in February, 547 households, 620 people, were counted that were experiencing homelessness. That includes 56 children, and it also included 67 households and 80 people that were experiencing unsheltered homelessness. I want to pivot back up to the confidence interval piece for just a quick second. So when we think about how many people are experiencing homelessness in our community, we look at a trend over time for the point in time count. We look at a trend over time for the number of people on our coordinated entry queue. And Councilmember Bajan, to your point, it's the same criteria. To be on the coordinated entry queue, you must be experiencing literal homelessness. And then we're in constant communication with our shelter partners about what their nightly experience is, where there might sort of be ebbs and flows in need, where there may be a consistent need that we either are or are not meeting. So then we have the 2022 PIT count numbers, and then the 2022 housing inventory chart. We actually chart all of our housing interventions. I just pulled out emergency shelter for the purposes of this conversation. So in February, when we did the point in time count, that same night, we do a housing inventory chart. We had 640 shelter beds that night. That includes the hotel. We have two floors at the hotel that are for families with children who are medically fragile. The way we have to count those rooms is actually by the number of beds occupied. So there's kind of some strange flux there, or some flux there. And then I just wanted to make note also that the use rates vary dramatically by shelter. So while we might have had 600.
Maureen, I'm going to ask if you can just speak up a little bit.
Sure.
Just a couple of us have rain right on top of us, so it's
lovely.
getting harder to hear you.
Sure. Okay.
Thanks.
So the other point I want to make is that the use rates vary by shelters. So even though we counted 640 beds available for the housing inventory chart, that does not mean that those beds were in use.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Was that Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Maureen, we've heard some anecdotes of very kind and gracious and generous folks who live in the area around the Salvation Army location. And they've talked about how they themselves have open their homes to people that they've encountered in the area who have needed shelter, and they have taken them into their own homes. So when you're doing the pit count, those folks, would they be counted among the folks who would be considered homeless?
Madam Mayor, Council Member, no, they would not.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Mayor, real quick, Maureen, these numbers are for Boise, but do they capture homeless in the region, or do they just capture homeless in the city of Boise?
Madam Mayor, Council President, these numbers capture homelessness in Boise City and Ada County. So
Okay.
all of the shelters, of course, are within Boise City limits, but when we do the unsheltered count, we go to known locations countywide.
Then, Madam Mayor, Maureen, can you define a household?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts, when we're counting, we let the household decide whether they're going to present as such. And so if they do, we fill out their survey together and we count every person in that household. So it's client-led how they identify. It could be a couple without children. It could be an adult child with an elderly mother. So we don't dictate what that household who is included in that household.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to piggyback a little bit on what Councilmember Willetts was asking, Maureen. So could it be assumed that you might have a couple of folks who are maybe not related by blood per se, but they have joined forces and they've created their own family by choice, and perhaps they're sharing resources and that sort of thing, and call themselves a family or a household?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, yes, that's certainly possible.
Thank you.
Lucy, I can't hear you. I don't know if you're on or off.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Is that
sorry,
better?
council member. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remind me what HIC stands for?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts, Housing Inventory Chart.
Housing inventory. Thank you.
Correct. And the last thing I'll say about the housing inventory chart and the point in time count, the reason HUD has us count in the winter when we do is because that's generally peak shelter time. So it sort of ebbs and flows throughout the year. We have some data on averages, et cetera. But the take home really here is we can confidently say that there are several hundred people on a night by night basis that need to be sheltered.
Madam Mayor. Well, to further clarify, I guess for people who are looking at these numbers for their own edification, really it's 700 people on the cold nights in February who need to be sheltered, who are seeking or accessing the shelters in some way to be counted. There's some other number of people out there, presumably, who aren't making it into the count, either because they're living in a car or because they're camped out or because they've gone into some generous person's home. The nature of the count means this number is low.
Mayor McLean, Councilmember Bajent, I think that's a fair assessment. What I will say is that because we now have a street outreach team, not 24/7, but a full-time street outreach team, Monday through Friday, they've done an incredible job relationship building with people that weren't otherwise or didn't used to be connected with services. Now, I don't offer that to say that we know everybody who's experiencing homelessness or know everybody that's sleeping in their cars. And certainly it is a perhaps downside of the point in time count that we do not count people that are doubled up. We can get at some of that information through the school districts, but it's not a part of the point in time count. We can also get some of that information through coordinated entry, we won't put them on the coordinated entry list per se, but that doesn't mean that we're not interacting with them and trying to get them into a more stable situation.
Thank you.
Okay, so the shelter needs analysis that the mayor referenced, completed by the Corporation for Supportive Housing, that's on page 53 of the Shelter Better Task Force report. Essentially found that we have 603 traditional shelter beds currently. And I'm going to walk you through this chart just a little bit, but really where you need to focus is on the gap.
On the
So,
what? I'm sorry.
On the gap, the peak demand minus the current capacity. And I'll walk through kind of how we arrived there. However, I just want to focus for a moment on the shelter demand column. And it says with a 30-day length of stay. So that means if we were able to house people experiencing homelessness within 30 days and get them out of shelter, this is what that shelter demand might look like for adult-only households and families with children. The middle column is what we've seen in our peak demand. And then that third column is the current shelter capacity. This does not include the red line. So if you take the peak demand, subtract the current shelter capacity, theoretically, on paper, we have enough beds for adult-only households, and we are significantly underserving families with children.
Madam Mayor, do these numbers include the hotel? Okay.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, no, they do not.
And right now, we're housing how many families with children in the hotel?
Madam Mayor, or Council President Clegg, I would have to defer to Jody for today's number. That tends to fluctuate.
Okay, but close-ish, is it about 100? Is that what I remember hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there questions on this slide before we move on? I'm going to invite Casey up to pivot to the Shelter Better Task Force, can kind of overlay that best practice lens.
Madam Mayor, do our medically fragile fall into both of those categories for both families and for adult only?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, thanks for asking that question. I meant to bring that up. Yes. And that's a number that is tough for us to categorize. I would say we have that number is in the tens and usually in the lower tens. So say 20 or so, but it depends on a lot of different factors. One of the primary ones is discharges from the hospital system and whether they can find a safe and appropriate bed for them that is not shelter. We're sort of, or the shelter system would be kind of that last resort for a quote unquote safe place to discharge to.
Great. And Madam Mayor, unrelated question. Well, earlier you were talking about some definitions. One of them was emerging practices. Mostly in this area because of COVID, we started using our hotel systems a lot more frequently. Is that something that we would consider an emerging practice, but we don't necessarily have long-term knowledge of if that's something that we need to be looking at?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, there is certainly a trend away from the shelters kind of, I'm tempted to say the shelters of yore, but the fact of the matter is there's a lot of congregate shelters that still exist that sort of do that bunkhouse, warehousing type of feel. And certainly hoteling is a step in the right direction. But what I would posit about hoteling is that on the shelter spectrum, that is the closest intervention we have that looks the most like housing, right? So to the discussion earlier about whether we've been seeing better outcomes at the Red Lion, the answer is yes. And you can, deduce why that would be. Hoteling is very expensive. And we want to be mindful about the investment we make in shelter versus the investment that we make to permanently house people.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Maureen, can you talk to me about the overflow beds? It looks like we have 603 shelter capacity, but includes 90 overflow beds. Talk to me about what that looks like, how we define those, how we know that.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willits, it's a good question. I'm going to give you a little bit of a squishy answer. All not surprising, right? When we talk about beds and sheltering, it is squishy. And I know that's uncomfortable to kind of live in that gray area. All of our shelters have overflow beds, and it varies how those are categorized and how they are counted, in part based on the population that's being served that evening. So being able to kind of flexibly respond with your space is key. Having overflow is key, and a plan to respond to overflow. And that's a number on the slide before, the housing inventory chart, that tends to fluctuate year by year, shelter by shelter as well. So I would safely say that those 90 overflow beds represent, an average as far as what our demand might look like.
Madam Mayor?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to, again, piggyback off Councilmember Willett's question, just so that we don't create a picture in our minds of what those 90 overflow beds are, what are they? Are those hotel vouchers where people get a hotel room? Are those floor mats where people are laying on the floor? Is that a tent? What are those overflow beds?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, primarily those are mats on the floor in shelter. We wouldn't be counting hotel rooms. The only reason that we counted the Red Lion hotel rooms in the housing inventory chart this year and included them in their point in time count was because HUD has designated that hotel as a temporary shelter. So hoteling, doubling up would not be counted normally. So all of those overflow beds are at or within our shelter system.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Maureen.
Okay, I'm going to invite Casey up to take the next set of slides, and then I'll conclude with a walkthrough of the conditions, modifications, recommendations.
Okay. It's always nerve-wracking to follow Maureen doing anything. So Casey Mattoon, any gender pronouns, the RPath home manager role, as Maureen stated, is responding to homelessness within the city of Boise and leading the partnership of 40 plus agencies that work on ending homelessness in Ada County. I had the pleasure of about 2 months into this role, helping run the Shelter Better Task Force, which you all are very familiar with by now. And to Councilmember Halliburton's question yesterday of us was what incorporation, if any, happened with those recommendations that came out of the final report. So 2 things that I want to point to first are the applicant addresses their alignment with all of the recommendations from the Shelter Better Task Force extensively in their application. First, they explain this in their supplemental submittal on pages 4 through 12. And so I would encourage folks to re-spend some time looking at their own explanation in their own words of how they meet those in narrative. And additionally, they provided an Appendix B, which is the implementation of task force recommendations. It's actually a table where they walk you through component by component exactly how they propose and purport to meet the recommendations that were put forward by that body of folks that were charged with making recommendations. The second thing is that the RPath Home Executive Committee, it's been mentioned many times, evaluated the proposal as the Shelter Better Task Force recommendation indicated that they should do. Their evaluation was built off the framework that was established by the Shelter Better Task Force. And in that review, as you know, the evaluation ended in a unanimous approval. So if you're reading that evaluation, it is literally a reframing of those same exact best practices. And then to answer, I think Councilmember Bajent's question and comment of what do Shelter Better Task Force best practices or best practices have to do with mitigation of adverse impacts within a community? We just wanted to show a couple of examples in this table. So thinking of one of the adverse impacts that we've heard pretty regularly, which is generally considered a crime of homelessness and a community disturbance, is the increase of public urination and defecation. That is mitigated by a shelter best practice of 24-hour access to restrooms enabled through immediate low barrier access. So just thinking about somebody having access to a bathroom 24/7, likelihood of them participating or needing to use the outdoors as their restroom greatly decreases. You look at a question about risks and harmful effects associated with substance use and addictive behaviors like needles found in neighborhoods. That's where a harm reduction as a practice and participation in a safe syringe disposal program is part of a national best practice. And I would encourage us to ask or condition the applicant if they participate in that. Another example of an adverse impact that people have been talking about: what happens when people are turned away from shelter and sleeping in our neighborhood? Again, this leads back to the best practice of immediate and low barrier access, which includes that component that Maureen was just talking about of overflow. So if a shelter doesn't have the ability to overflow, you increase the likelihood that that shelter will have to and be forced to turn people away at their door. And there are things that we can do to mitigate if that is the direction that folks go, but just speaking to why best practices are so important in adverse impact consideration. So from there, we're just going to walk through a couple of the other specific best practice questions that folks had. So the first is shelter size and best practice. So I think you've heard pretty extensively an inconclusive answer, and that can be frustrating, but it's also right. So the thing that matters most when talking about a shelter is trauma-informed design is the thing that matters the most. And I think if you're looking at the application, you can walk through the components of the design and really try to understand, does that meet some of the best practice standards that are coming out of Canada that we could reference and walk you through. There is no right shelter size. We need to shelter people who need shelter. If you look at the task force report specifically on this component, when we were discussing whether or not it is best practice to consider multiple smaller shelters versus a larger shelter, the national experts that we employed in the conversation, which include the Corporation for Supportive Housing and the National Alliance to End Homelessness, both in consultation directly with the task force members and with the staff leading the task force, both repeated the same thing. There is no best practice on shelter size. Shelter best practice on size is all about shelter outcomes. And so the third thing that we'd say is that, and what we found in the research, is that community need is what drives the shelter and the design of populations that are being served.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Casey, thank you. And so question there, this is the one that I've been asking for and looking for. So I think what you might be telling me is that if you were to reduce the number of people allowed in the shelter, if you were to reduce the size, you might not actually be in or decreasing adverse impact into the neighborhood, because you might be pushing that problem outside of the shelter. You might be increasing trauma outside. What I think we might be thinking is that if there's less people over there, if it's a smaller shelter, if there's less beds, less people allowed there, then that's going to decrease the adverse impact just because the numbers won't be there. And when I see this, I'm saying that it actually could be the opposite. Question mark.
Yeah, question mark. Mayor, Honorable Mayor, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton. I can only tell you what we've seen in research and practice, and that there is no discernible measurement based on outcomes, including adverse community impact, that are linked explicitly to sizing. And
But
so
did I hear you say, though, there's no discernible evidence based on outcomes, and that's outcomes of people that are unhoused that are being cared for by the shelter versus, but did you also include in that, and this is something that I've heard often asked, the community, kind of neighboring community impact on size? Is there evidence related to that?
we have not seen any evidence on that dictates a best practice on shelter sizing.
Okay.
And Madam
Madam
Mayor,
Mayor?
just one follow-up there. Casey, could you go back one slide? Similar question. In the bottom of our table there, I'm seeing something that says people turned away from the shelter would be sleeping in the neighborhood. And then the best practice mitigation would be immediate low barrier access, including overflow. And so that's, I think, kind of where I'm getting at a little bit with this question, is that like we're talking a lot about size and number, And I'm wondering if we might be thinking about it a little bit wrong, because if we're really talking about that specific size and number, we would be saying, okay, we can't take any more in here. And so we would be turning away people, and they would potentially be sleeping in the neighborhood instead of allowing that overflow into the shelter.
And Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, we address that through conditions. So the ability to reach capacity. So as I think we heard in testimony yesterday, the only discernible measure for what is too much in a space, especially for overflow, is fire code occupancy. And so we would encourage, and you'll see later, a conditioning around overflow meeting the occupancy standard and no further. There are also other examples of where an individual could be going to a shelter proposal and be turned away. For example, if they're a sex offender and the shelter doesn't serve sex offenders, it requires a triage system, and you'll see that triage system in some conditions that we recommend. So that coordination between shelter systems, and the reason that Housing and Urban Development mandates that any system of homelessness response coordinates together, is because that is standard best practice and something that we know occurs today, and we would condition its continued occurrence in the future, especially with this new proposal if it goes forward.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'll have her go because she's remote, and then, yep, go ahead.
I'll make it quick. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Casey, we've heard it brought up a couple of times over the last few days, the situation with Timmy Kenner, who, as we know, was not in a shelter at the time that he committed the crime, but was actually taken in by an individual. And when that individual recognized that Mr. Kenner was behaving in a way that they needed to ask him to leave, that's when the situation happened. Has there been any study of that situation, of if that situation were to happen today, how would the agencies in our community handle a situation like that when somebody like Mr. Kenner were to present himself asking for services and determined perhaps not to be the type of individual who could be safely housed in a shelter system? How would that be handled today, knowing what we know?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, thank you for that question. And I think, I don't think that situation has been studied explicitly, but what I can answer to you is that best practices dictate a pathway towards making sure that people who need access to overnight and emergency shelter are accompanied with the services, supports, trauma-informed experts and professional staff that can meet them where they're at and provide them with some of the critical de-escalation techniques that are important in those moments of crisis to be able to handle those situations and conflicts with skill and professionalism and training. So I think what I would kind of ask for a hold on is when you see the conditions that we're presenting, you'll see the opportunity that we are recommending as city staff to condition some of those best practices to make sure that our shelters have staff that are trained at the highest level, have mandated collaboration with our emergency responders, including the Boise Police Department, and provide those emergency responders with the utmost authority that they need to intervene in moments when that escalation needs to reach that point.
So we've got two more questions, and we're going to move into those. And I'm actually going to have Casey and Maureen return on Monday to answer further questions. And at that point, after we've heard all testimony, a conversation about potential conditions based on council's preferences would be appropriate. So we'll hold that till then. So I think I said first Willits and then Clegg.
Casey and Maureen, thanks again. This is very helpful. I appreciate this. I know that you live this every day, and your expertise is really helpful. I want to ensure that I understand, because we have had a lot of conversation about size, square footage, how many people you can actually appropriately serve in a shelter. So I'm going to say something back to you, and I want you to help educate me whether that's, you can validate or say no. Separate from fire code, what I hear you saying is it doesn't matter whether you have 30 people or 300. The difference is the programming and the best practices that are used within the facility.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willits, I think what you said is correct based on best practices. And the only things that I would add in here, I think making sure that the umbrella of best practice goes back to like a review, especially of trauma-informed care and trauma-informed design, which are critical, and we can get to those later. On size and best practice, the only discernible things that we can find for additional consideration are listed on this slide. The first is staff ratio. So there have been a couple of attempts to say, what is the staffing ratio that's appropriate for an emergency shelter? In all instances, is that there is at least one person overnight that's trained in first aid. That's really, really standard across industry. Utah, for example, where it gets a little trickier is in what's the right staffing ratio. And to Councilmember Clegg's question yesterday on what populations are you serving, there are sometimes differences. But what we've seen in all instances, except for Utah, where we look for a standard, agencies or governments have tried to set a standard and then walk back away from that standard. So in New York, they set a standard when we're having a family shelter for 1 staff to 30 individuals. In Chicago, there was another standard that they set and then walked back just for general populations. And in Salt Lake, the state actually mandates a 1 to 40 staff ratio per guest. So there is a consideration there, but where we've seen it be really effective is that those staffing ratios are best managed by the experts who actually run shelter. And the way that you hold accountability, those again pointing to conditions, is the opportunity to mandate what are you doing in terms of a security plan in collaboration with the police department and other actors? And then how do you make sure that one of those solutions that we could intervene on is a request to move up a staffing ratio? The other thing is overflow. And so what you see on overflow, again, is a requirement that people can kind of safely monitor the space, and overflow also adding additional staff capacity to make sure that you can run whatever that would be, because you would be using potentially a different space. And then the last time, the daytime space ratio, and this comes out of Canada. And I think you heard it yesterday in testimony from Stephanie Day. That's that your shelter sizing that operates at a 24/7 shelter, the nighttime beds to day seating capacity. Day seating capacity has to fill at least 50% of your nighttime bed capacity. And that's in all instances, including overflow, because the likelihood of your overflow guest staying with you is potentially true. So yes, and those are the only additional things that we can find anywhere rooted in best practice.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor. So Casey, is it also fair to say that all of this is in context of what exists elsewhere in the city? So for instance, in Councilmember Halliburton's example, that if we were to reduce the size, it might actually increase impact on the neighborhood because there would be less availability. And yet I saw a chart that says right now we have enough beds for single adults. We don't have enough beds for families. So also taking into account the impact would be what's available, not just at this shelter, but across the city for that particular population. Am I reading that correctly?
Madam Mayor and Council Member Clegg, I think the yes and of that is you have to take into account best practice. And what we see is when we take into account the concept of best practice, and we know that low barrier shelter is unequivocally the standard.
Sure.
That changes utilization rates of that resource by the population experiencing homelessness. So despite seeing a higher number of shelter beds, as Maureen indicated on her slide, the utilization rate is incredibly low in shelters that present higher barriers. And there's nothing that we can expect currently that those shelters will change barriers consistently or regularly for the population to increase access. So we don't measurably expect a change in other facilities unless additional facilities.
But it's still context. I mean, it still you can't just take one thing out of context and say it'll have this impact. You have to put it in context with the whole.
Madam,
including what's low barrier and what's not.
Madam Mayor,
thank you.
Councilmember Clegg, yes.
All right, now we're going to hear from Doug. Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask one more question real quick? And it's fine if Casey brings this back as an answer tomorrow. So Casey, one of the things that's been striking me in going through the Shelter Better Task Force recommendation is the housing first approach. the assumption that every shelter guest is ready for housing and the role of shelter and housing are distinct and should remain distinct. It feels to me that there are elements of this proposal for shelter that kind of blur that distinction a bit. So if you can maybe talk a little bit about, and that was what I was trying to get to with best practices seen in this proposal versus emerging practices, and kind of what we're seeing with this proposal specifically.
Let's take that one Monday, because I
Okay,
think that's a
great.
longer conversation. Great. All right, thank you. And we're going to wrap up with parks. And then if anybody's got questions for library before we break, and then I promise we will start with Zoom folks that were here last night after dinner. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. If I recall the questions that came forth, they were centered around service level, our call for service, current call for service in the park locations that are somewhat adjacent to the current shelter, and then maybe how that would have impact on our service level at, for example, the Willow Lane park that would be nearer to the proposed shelter. And so I'd start off by just saying that regardless of whether it's a shelter or not, we do anticipate when there's growth in neighborhoods or there's additional subdivision housing that's coming online in a neighborhood, we anticipate that as being additional call for service at the nearest park locations where that's occurring. And good examples would be Marianne Williams with Harris Ranch's growth. Marianne Williams, the service level there has increased significantly. Pine Grove Park, which I think all council members are pretty familiar with, when that park was built, there were just a few houses around there. Now there's significantly more housing. And so we look at this in the same vein that we do anticipate without a doubt that there will be additional use of the park. And we also believe that that will impact the level of service that we're providing in that park. Since the proposed shelter came forth back several months ago, we have already taken a proactive approach on what some of that service level would look like. We like to take that proactive approach when we anticipate increased service levels in deploying different types of tactics before things start to take or aggregate the service level that our customers expect at all of our park locations. And so some of the things that could be anticipated based upon the service that we see at parks near the shelter, just additional waste management will occur, could potentially occur. And that would also include custodial services, so keeping restrooms cleaner, and also would include potentially more wear and tear on the park. Again, this is nothing different than what we deal with when we even add an new amenity to a park. A good example is putting the beach location in at Quinn's Pond. I think mayor and council members are aware of what that did to our service level at both Quinn's as well as Esther Simplot Park. So we're accustomed to that, but to be able to say that it won't increase our service level and that that could translate into additional costs, because it could translate into additional cleaning opportunities. We hit that park like we do most neighborhood parks once a day, where we empty trash receptacles and clean the restrooms. And so to be certain that that level continues, that might require additional team members hitting that park maybe more than once per day if that is required. The difference in a park like Ann Morrison is we have folks that are actually assigned to that park in the course of a day. So they're keeping things clean and maintained throughout the course of the day. We do have an area at Ann Morrison in the northwest corner where there is a significant congregation most days. And we do have a higher level of service that we provide in that area based upon that congregation. So I guess, again, I'm open to answer any other further questions council may have, but if I understand it correctly, it really is that service level impact that seems to be something that you're concerned about, or at least have questions about.
Any other questions? All right. Is there anything for the library?
Madam Mayor,
Mhm.
I did have a question the other day for library about service, the current capacity for services and what might be expected in terms of needs for growing that capacity if this were to be approved.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, thank you for the opportunity to come back and I've been able to do some work with my team, particularly at Collister. As someone who joined the library during the pandemic, it was a great opportunity for to think about, okay, well, what was Collister pre-pandemic? Because so much, particularly around technology and space usage, has been changed by the pandemic. As you pointed out on Monday, the Collister Library is our smallest branch location. It is also a storefront rental, which means we have the least flexibility in terms of being able to modify the space, since we do pay rent for that and we lease it. It is approximately 12,000 square feet, of which about 80% of that is dedicated to the public. And in that 80%, in that square footage, 70% is dedicated to the public. The rest is staff and materials and sorting and admin. About right now, 50% of that square footage goes towards materials. 20% is seating. 20% of our meeting rooms. We have 2 meeting rooms, one that has a capacity for 2 people, one that has a capacity for 4. And then those are our study rooms. Our meeting rooms, 12 people and 40 people. Again, this is a small location. And I think that's important. 10%. So if you're doing the math, 10% of square footage is roughly for computers. Pre-pandemic, we had 20 computers available for the public. Right now, we have about 10. And part of why, the piece that's in motion for us, the square footage will not change in that location because of the limitations of what we're leasing. Where we have seen 2 big shifts, one is in the devices that people are bringing in. So we don't know yet if that is going to need to go back to the pre-pandemic number of public access computers that were available. And then the other thing that we're really looking at is usage in terms of the materials. We saw a significant shift to digital usage that really, for the first time, went above our materials. But obviously, when our libraries were closed, we moved a lot of resources into digital materials because that's how people were still able to access the library. It has flipped back dramatically with our youth materials, and that makes a lot of sense, right? Our youth, those are board books and those are picture books and those are early readers. Those are the books that we want to see that growth continue. That is a very positive driver for us. We don't know what's going to happen with adult usage. Our adults that have been used to reading on Libby, are they going to switch back to print, or is that going to transition, or is that shift going to continue? So that's some of the things that we are balancing in that. One of the things that, and we think right now we're about 65% back to our number of people coming in the door that we were pre-pandemic. That goes up every month. We expect that to continue. And what we're looking at really carefully right now is servicing that youth group. And this is where we do have, a real limitation in terms of size. With a meeting room, at maximum 40 people, that caps our story time. And that's why I mentioned we've already lined up parks, because we can go down to Sunset Park and we can have 80 kids. And we saw that during the pandemic. And so that's one of the things, while we add in-person story time in Collister, we have to keep it also in a park, because that's how we've been able to meet demand. And we expect that to continue and to grow.
So I'm going to ask that because time, I actually thought we'd be done before 6, and I know Carlos, we all saw him, is waiting to testify. I appreciate the information on where we're at now, recognizing though that there's strategic planning that you're doing, that the whole corridor is growing. I believe that what the council would like to understand is what's next and how you address that. So we're not going to do that now. We don't have time. But I would like you to bring that answer back to the council president on Monday.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And we're going to go ahead with Carlos. Carlos is first, right?
Correct.
Carlos, thank you for being with us last night. And
oh yeah, sure,
welcome.
absolutely. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Carlos Cotto, thank you for your time, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I don't live anywhere near the IFS proposed area. My properties are in the north end and the northwest. But while my homes are not affected by this at all, I still oppose this CUP and agree with planning and zoning denial because these kinds of decisions do have an effect in Boise's neighborhood overall. There has been a very negative public relations campaign waged against those that oppose the new IFS location. Some have said that this is about NIMBYs. Some have said that this is about the fear of the homeless. Some have even made the preposterous comparison of opposing of a low-barrier homeless shelter moving into a neighborhood with opposing immigrants, of which I am one, of people of color from moving to a neighborhood to rent or buy homes. The ridiculousness of that last comparison needs to be pointed out. Nothing can be farther from the truth. Would any of us want a nightclub in our residential neighborhood? Why not? Does this make us NIMBYs? The issue at hand is not whether the homeless should be helped, whether we have enough shelters beds in Boise, or enough services to help those in need. The issue at hand is whether a CUP meets the criteria set forth by code. The answer was already made clear by P&Z. It does not. You have heard many reasons why this CUP does not, including the ones that speak about the building location not being compatible with other building uses in the neighborhood, or the building location placing undue burden in transportation and other public facilities in the vicinity, or that the proposed CUP will adversely affect other properties in the vicinity. We know it will. It will affect them because no matter how politically correct we want to be about it, the data from BPD and BFD shows a much larger number of calls from the area IFS currently sits in. Having those under the influence of drugs or alcohol or with medicated mental diseases at all hours of the day or night will adversely affect properties in the area. This is why a large low-barrier shelter has no place in residential areas any more than a nightclub does. Boise zoning code is clear about it. Expecting the code to be respected does not make anyone a NIMBY. Otherwise, we should embrace the Cox brother ultra-libertarian dystopian future, where the law and rules apply are only made for the top 1%. Expecting that the city will follow the zoning code for everyone, regardless of income, does not make anyone a NIMBY. The appeal for IFA should be denied and the business relocated somewhere where the guests can be safe and the businesses and neighborhood around could be safe. I know it's hard to hear, but not all nonprofits are supposed to last forever. And when one fails, others will appear and take up the slack. Please remember, it is not the job of the council to solve IFS problems. It's the job of the council to uphold code and protect Boise residents regardless of how wealthy they are or not. Please deny this appeal.
Thank you, Carlos. We've got two more we're going to take before we break.
Madam Mayor, we have Mary Kay Torres, then followed by Sherry Workman.
Welcome, Mary Kay. If she's not ready, we could go with Sherry Workman.
Madam Mayor, I'm asking her to unmute.
Okay.
We can go on ahead and move to Sherry Workman.
Yeah, let's do that. Welcome, Sherry.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Sherry Workman. I live in the Collister neighborhood. We frequently hear or read stories about the lack of affordable housing options as the reason why people do not have places to go but the shelters. But the media rarely provides a reason why this is so. One of the reasons is because Boise enabled this problem by not working with the development community to build any affordable housing for 5 straight years. This is documented in the 2016 5-year consolidated plan that the city is required to provide to HUD when accepting federal money. It says, quote, from 2011 to 2015, there was no production of new affordable rental housing units in Boise, unquote. For 5 years, we did nothing. And then it took several years due to delays and problems to finally complete Adair Manor, New Path, and Valor Point. But by that time, we're so far behind the 8 ball that it's now very hard to tackle the housing issue due to the rising cost of labor and materials. It wasn't always this way. This end of town was the site of the largest multifamily apartment complex in the state of Idaho in 1992. And this complex, which is now called Arbor Crossing, set aside 42% of its units for low-income tenants, 96 of its 229 units. These days, we rarely see more than 10% of the units set aside with income restrictions. That being said, it's not the responsibility of the Veterans Park neighborhood to absorb the failures of the city that could have and should have been avoided, especially when this neighborhood already supports more than its fair share of housing options for those with lesser means. Please vote to uphold the planning and zoning decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cherie.
Madam Mayor, Mary Kay Torres is ready.
Wonderful. Welcome, Mary Kay.
Hi, thank you for your time. I apologize. I'm getting dinner on for the kids.
Welcome.
I'm a party of record and I live on Hawthorne Drive. I appreciate your and the council's time and diligence. Madam Mayor and council members, I have listened to the evidence in favor and against the CUP and want to encourage a better approach. When our municipality is confronted with approving a CUP that has been denied and would otherwise be denied in an updated zoning code, we've missed the mark. The fact the city of Boise has no contingency for a low barrier shelter is astonishing. IFS is able to threaten shuttering services. They've confirmed they have no secondary or tertiary plan if denied this conditional use permit. Is that the best the city can do? Absent IFS, what would the city do? To be held captive to the plans and whims of a privately funded nonprofit is far below what the city can and should be doing. I have to imagine there was some relief when the recent homeless encampment was set up on state property, because aside from having lost a federal court case regarding camping, it doesn't seem Boise has an aggressive or sustainable plan for addressing homelessness. I tried, truly, to find ways to support this plan. I asked myself if I was a NIMBYer, but my neighbors at Good Samaritan Village, Valor Point, the WCA shelter, 3 trailer parks within a mile, and several complexes that dominantly serve immigrant and newly arrived Americans are a demonstration that I and my neighbors opposed have never had a problem living amongst need. I've seen and experienced mental illness and housing insecurity in people I respect and love. My concerns regarding the shelter are not rooted in a fear of my safety or in my quality of life. My concerns are in stacking need, in stacking despair, in stacking trauma in a neighborhood that already houses a higher concentration than other neighborhoods. My concerns are rooted in permitting a shelter within a stone's throw of 3 bars, including a strip joint, especially when patrons of said shelter don't need to be sober and the park across the street is a wet park. How is this best practice for the city? Is this the best we can do? With all due respect to Mr. Scoggins, his speech yesterday, Taft Elementary School is a Title I school. Whittier is a Title I school. How could this neighborhood be opposed to poor people in their neighborhood when we send our children to schools that have stark poverty rates? I want to say firmly that hyperbolic accusations have streamed in excess from both sides. I listened with interest as Be Black tonight discussed the district, or yesterday discussed the district, as Councilmember Sanchez referred to it, that houses our homeless providers downtown. When trying to mitigate the weight of the septet on record, IFS says, well, that's not just us, that's other providers downtown. There's an admission that stacked poverty increases calls for emergency response. It was also interesting that wasn't said there. Concentrated poverty begets social need, trauma, and violence. It begets more poverty. Please do not do this to our neighborhood.
Thank you, Mary Kay. So now we are going to break. We're going to try to make this 25 minutes instead of 30. I've asked the clerk to read the first couple names of those who will be testifying so that everybody else knows you have a little bit longer before you're back on.
Madam Mayor, the next 4 up would be Madeline Kuhn, Melissa Brott, Susan Deemer, and Valentin Decker.
Great. We'll see you all soon. Thank you.
In that place where they built all those houses. Well, it's on Chin, I know where.
And it's just a little farther down on the south side from Roots.
Yeah,
South side
yeah.
of Chin from Roots.
Yeah, Roots.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Welcome back, everybody. I'm going to call one person up and then we'll head to Zoom. Penny Beach, you can come on up to testify.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Penny Beach, and I'm here in support of Interfaith Sanctuary's application for a conditional use permit. I am a family physician who cares for homeless individuals. For the last 24 years, I have cared for unhoused people hospitalized at St. Al's in Boise, and I've also been one of the medical directors for the hotel run by Interfaith, taking care of homeless people with COVID. I was a member of the Better Shelter Task Force. My original comments to the Planning and Zoning Commission centered around how denying this permit to Interfaith Sanctuary would have first adversely affect hospital capacity. If I discharge a hospitalized homeless individual to Interfaith, I know that they will be fed warm and have access to electricity so they can receive oxygen, nebulizer treatments, and other necessary medical care. For many of our patients, Interfaith is the only shelter they can go to, having been banned from the other shelter in town. Without Interfaith services, we would be keeping homeless patients many days to weeks longer than medically need to be in the hospital, just because they are not yet healthy enough to be discharged to the streets. This in turn affects our ability to care for others coming to the hospital for much more acute needs and increases both healthcare costs and insurance premiums. The hospital capacity problem has only gotten worse since I wrote my letter to the Planning and Zoning Commission last fall, largely because of the lack of skilled nursing facility beds in the Treasure Valley. Patients who need nursing home care are unnecessarily spending weeks in the hospital because of a lack of these beds. We currently on our service have one patient who has been living at St. Alphonsus for over a year. Hospitals are not long-term care facilities and should not be used for that purpose. Decreasing shelter capacity in the city will only exacerbate this problem. As a member of the Better Shelter Task Force, I learned how difficult it is to find a site for a homeless shelter in Boise. There are currently allowed in only only 4 of 24 zones in the city, and when the task force looked for sites, we found only 2, including the State Street site. If this permit is denied, Interfaith will close because there are no other suitable locations. I appreciate the city's current efforts on Housing First initiative to find homes for Boise's homeless. I do not think large shelters are a long-term solution, but they are needed for the next 5 to 10 years as a transition to permanent housing is made. If you as a city council vote no on this conditional use permit, you need to have an immediate plan to deal with the 250 individuals Interfaith currently houses. These are real human beings who are at risk of frostbite, exacerbation of medical conditions, malnourishment, and death. If they do not have shelter, in addition, thanks to the 2019 court ruling and the lack of shelter beds in Boise, those unhoused individuals will be able to camp anywhere they want in Boise, in front of City Hall, outside your favorite restaurant, on the Greenbelt, in the foothills, where concerned citizens are already spending hours cleaning up homeless encampments.
Penny, you've hit time.
Okay, please don't take us down that road. Thank you.
I've got a question for you, Penny, actually, because you said that if we didn't do this, then there'd be 200 however many folks out on the streets. But when I've looked at the numbers that I think I've heard the applicant say, there are 175 people currently in the shelter. There are 100 families needing beds that are in the hotels. There's 22 medically fragile. That gets you well over 205 beds. And this application is for 205 beds. So what's the plan for the other beds?
I'm sorry, I didn't get all that, Madam Mayor.
I'm responding to your assertion that if this council said no or made changes, all these folks would be on the street. The request in front of us doesn't even cover the number of people Interfaith is currently serving.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your response to that? Where are those people going?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, I guess I don't understand all the people living at Interfaith right now. Like, I don't see them having any place to go. And if they move to the new shelter and it's not, I would defer to the Interfaith staff for that. I don't know the answer.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
You've got one more question.
Hi, Penny. Thank you so much for testifying today. So just to piggyback off the mayor's question about what the plans are for the other folks who are not included in the application, would you, based on your interactions with folks and what we've heard so far from other bits of testimony, that those folks would probably live in their cars, be on the streets, camping wherever they can, perhaps in nature, away from public view, or perhaps like some of folks have testified where they're basically at the mercy of kind individuals in our community who have bravely chosen to open their homes to folks. Do you think maybe that's where they'd go, Penny?
They'd be in their cars. I have a lot of patients who live in their cars right now, or they might be in the foothills camping or somewhere else in the community. I have I do have, and we also have some patients who live with family members, but it's usually not a kind stranger. I would say that.
Okay, but you have heard that we've had some folks testify that they have themselves come upon people and have chosen to do something which I believe is quite brave, and that is to open their homes to folks because they couldn't turn away from what they were seeing.
I think that's great, but I can tell you from my own.
I'm trying to help you out here, Penny, that to answer where
I think we're good. Thank you, council member.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll head to Zoom now.
Madam Mayor, next is Madeline Kuhn.
Welcome, Madeline.
I have a slide under cup 21-0026 _ floor plan.pptx. Hello, my name is Madeline Kuhn and I live on 4510 Willow Lane. I want to echo what we heard tonight.
We can't see your slideshow. Oh, now we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Madeline Kuhn and I live on 4510 Willow Lane. I want to echo what we heard tonight from Maureen Buer, that this shelter is considered congregate, contrary to what we heard from the applicant told us yesterday. As documented in the International Building Code, congregate living truly means that there are shared communal spaces even when bedrooms are private, including such as boarding houses, college dormitories, even with single rooms. Within the context of shelter, the big recognition of the benefits of non-congregate shelter have come as a result to transitioning into hotel shelters during COVID. The articles talking about these successes usually attribute the improved outcomes outside of only the COVID response benefits to the added privacy of having an individual door, allowing for a person to have access to a space to retreat an area of calm. Semi-private or double rooms within the hotel context are often included in this definition as well. After Interfaith's initial State Street proposal dropped from 318 beds to 276 beds to 199 beds and now at 205 beds, the proposed design was able to add private rooms for up to 15 male guests. The semi-private women's rooms, while offering a door per 2 people, are also some of the most crammed rooms in the shelter, having 2 women share a 8 by 8 foot room with five rooms or 10 beds per bathroom and don't meet any of the analogous minimum space requirements. So we would lean toward including the only men's private rooms in the definition of the non-congregate space offered here. For the other incentive spaces, medical spaces, and family spaces, as you can see on the floor plan here, while there are small dividers between sets of 2 beds, you must travel through another segment of the room to reach the spaces in the back. There is 1 door per 6 incentive beds and 1 door per 2 family rooms, or 8 beds plus 8 cribs. This means that you can't rely on privacy in these shared spaces, and that does not mean the definition of a non-congregate shelter. That being said, yes, we acknowledge that these segments and spaces are a step up from 1 large room of full bunks. This proposal does include 1 dorm of 18 beds in the traditional congregate shelter since in 1 dorm of 6 beds without any segmentation in the rooms as well. The intensity of the use proposed here is extremely high, even without accounting for overflow, and will contribute to off-site impacts. Please deny the cup. Thank you.
Thanks, Madeline.
Madam Mayor, Susan Deemer is next.
Susan, are you there? Who's after Susan?
We have Valentin Decker.
Valentin Decker. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I have slides under IBC-revisited PowerPoint. My name is Valentin Decker and I live in the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. Yesterday we heard about the reference to the jail cell standards from outside the record as a favorable comparison, stating that they require only 80 square feet per person, while the applicant cites their normalized shelter-wide square footage at 191. These two standards are conflated here. The slide shows standards that are specific to individual sleeping areas and is based on the dimensions and capacity of each room type. The normalized square footage that has been discussed encompasses all of the spaces in the facility, such as day use, kitchens, storage, offices, etc. This slide was presented to PZC and shows individual sleeping room sizes relative to a Canadian shelter design manual, a code standard from a different American city, and jail cell design requirements. We've now added the Idaho jail standard cited at the bottom right. Note that a single cell value is 60 feet, not 80, which is similar to the prior jail standards we have cited. And as you can see, most of these analogous standards have not been met by the proposal before you. Next slide. There was also reference this week to the 2018 International Building Code, which is what we are looking at here. IFS's proposed use falls under both the transient residential category of the IBC and the proposed 22-bed medically fragile guests are under institutional use. Interfaith has described these services as including on-site medical care, including hospice and serving people who have physical difficulty leaving their rooms. And we've heard examples on Tuesday from Interfaith staff of guests requiring nursing care. Next slide. The International Building Code specifies space requirements. The dormitory requirement for non-transient residential use is 50 square feet per person, which was the most similar standard. Given that college dorms occupied for 9 months of the year are non-transient, and Jody testified to PCC that she expects guests to remain 1 to 2 to even 4 years due to the housing crisis, it seems reasonable to apply the non-transient dormitory standard to most beds. For institutional use, such as medical dorms, the IBC specifies 120 square feet. The proposed design does not meet the IBC standard at code. Even if exceptions were eventually granted to these standards for shelter use, it is clear that the square footage is not high enough for use of this type at code. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next.
Madam Mayor, James Mallory, followed by Darla Mallory.
Hello.
I think we're unmuted.
There you go. We can hear you.
Okay, so James is too frail to attend. There's not going to be a reading for James. So Darla is going to give a testimony. And then this is Connie Seward speaking. I can either sign in from my own Zoom link or I can give my reading, my testimony after Darla's done.
Yeah, Connie, we can't have you yet. We have to verify that you're a person of record. The person that we called on can give her testimony.
And then how do you want me to do mine? Do you want me to sign out and then come back on a separate link?
No, you can just stay while we check while the next person is talking, so we're not taking this time.
Okay, and then second of all, are you seeing a hand raised for Quentin Seward also?
I don't know, but right now I need to hear testimony from the person that we called on.
All right, thank you.
I'm Darla Mallory. I have lived in the Collister area for 60 years and have enjoyed raising my 4 children there. It has been a wonderful neighborhood. We can all agree this has been a long process, significantly longer for Interfaith Sanctuary and the developers that were assessing the Shoreline Urban Renewal District and needed to relocate IFS. The IFS Board of Directors and the developers did not expect to see the community come together to discuss the potential adverse impacts IFS relocation will create in a residential area. The relocation is not only in response to the pandemic. In fact, the IFS financial statement for 2019 ending June 30, 2020, completed by Harris CPAs and accepted by the IFS board directors states on page 12 in the last paragraph entitled Subsequent Events. The organization has evaluated subsequent events through December 4th, 2020, the date which the financial statements were available to be issued. Then the organization closed on the purchase of the new building to relocate its shelter operations on September 23rd, 2020 for $2.4 million. They anticipated beginning the relocation process in 2021. The financial statement was approved and accepted by the IFS Board of Directors. So in summary, according to their accountants, the building was purchased prior to December 4th, 2020. It was purchased prior to the neighborhood meeting and almost a year in advance of the COP submittal. This demonstrates that despite the neighborhood opposition, they were predicting that they would be able to move forward with this move without difficulty. This move was not done in haste or as simply a response to the pandemic, as has been discussed. In fact, their original plan included over 300 beds with 110 single men and 68 single women housed in congregate living bunk beds. That equals around 1,100 guests a year. Please uphold P&Z's denial of the COP. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry your husband's not feeling well. And Connie Stewart, we've confirmed that you're party of record, so you can go ahead and testify.
Madam Mayor, may I please defer my spot and go to the end of the queue? May I defer it to Quentin Seward?
We're gonna move on, and you're gonna need to text with the clerk. We can't do this over.
I will take my
the
spot.
loudspeaker.
I will take my spot. Thank you. I'm ready. Are you ready?
Great.
All right. Connie Seward, 18 years in the Collister area. My family and I have been in our current home almost 35 years. We have housed a homeless person, including a vehicle, all financials for them, including medical care. For over a decade, we have also shared our back property line with a small low barrier transitional shelter. Most guests here become self-supporting and move into non-subsidized housing within 90 days. The director draws no salary, yet places over 200 guests in non-subsidized permanent homes each year. While we wholeheartedly endorse this shelter at our back door, we affirm P&Z's finding that potential adverse impacts inherent to large transitory populations place a burden on residential neighborhoods that can never be satisfactorily mitigated. Boise City Code requires finding that proposed use will not place an undue burden on public facilities in this vicinity. That finding cannot be made because Boise Police Department has acknowledged the impact and burden this use at this location will have on their provision of services. BPD's comment letter specifically addresses the impact a higher call load will place on them in the proposed area. Quote, BPD would be required to reallocate resources from their dedicated duty areas to provide services at a new location, and BPD's limited resources will be impacted, end quote. The letter also covers the impact of updating the substation, which is little used since the opening of the downtown station last December, and gives warning to other issues that will impact their ability to provide adequate service to other parts of the city, as well as the need to add specialty units in the future if the CUP is granted. It is not good governance to knowingly increase health and safety risks to persons and property while simultaneously increasing the cost of public services. This leads to higher property taxes for everyone, just to fund a larger police budget for this proposal. This is entirely unnecessary. The new police station downtown was specifically cited to address the demand on services by this type of use, nor does it do anyone any good to make a decision that stretches our public safety resources thin. This increases the risk for those experiencing homelessness and for everyone else, including our first responders. Additional cost and expansion of BPT's services is unnecessary. A rational decision must be made that adheres to the longstanding policies and the comprehensive plan for social services to be located downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. And up next.
Madam Mayor, Melissa Brott.
And then after Melissa will be
Vicki Northrup.
Vicki Northrup. Welcome, Melissa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. It's Melissa Broat. Madam Mayor and Boise City Council members, my family has lived in Sunset for 27 years. Our grandchildren and their family just purchased a home last summer in Collister. I also serve as a board member for the Sunset Neighborhood Association and will remind you to check the record for our submission regarding the Sunset Neighborhood Survey results. In summary, joining the other two neighborhood associations against this application for a no barrier shelter in our neighborhood. I'm speaking here tonight, though, as a resident of Sunset. The following provides additional evidence in the record that supports the health and safety risks for the type of use proposed by IFS. The city's record shows a $300,000 annual contract with a private firm to provide on-site security services at Rhodes Skate Park, which is in close proximity to the current IFS shelter, and for the downtown library, which receives heavy use by those experiencing homelessness. Please note that this contract has been in place since at least 2018, which is prior to COVID. The scope of services for this contract include many things to keep our public safe, and I have a list of them, but I'm going to continue and come back if you need that. And also, the Parks and Rec Department requested more than $200,000 in funding to demolish and replace the restroom at Rhodes. The presentation to the council on January 26, 2021 said the new facility is to clean up the area and the police helped design it so it's less interesting to hang out in. The formal bid for the project gave the following reason. The existing restroom has been closed due to public abuse of the facility. The new restroom is designed to be resistant to the form of abuse the current bathroom receives. The new bathroom is referred to as a Portland loo and is designed to discourage loitering inside the restroom facility or having more than one person in the stall. Finally, in May of 2020, the Boise Police Department contracted with the same private firm mentioned earlier at a rate of $55 an hour to provide an on-site security at the hotel where IFS has placed some of its clients during COVID. So the need for extra security to date has proven that IFS moving to State Street will most definitely negatively impact businesses and residents who reside in the neighborhoods near this location. Regarding the Good Neighbor Agreement, it is on record that Corona Village and Burger and Brew have not been approached yet by IFS regarding this neighborhood agreement they speak of multiple times during these hearings. Please uphold the denial of this application as the adverse effects on property cannot be significantly mitigated by continuing the use. Boise needs to do better and together figure out our best approach to serve both those in need and protect our hardworking residents and business owners from negatively being affected.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Vicki Northrup.
Welcome, Vicki.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you.
I am Vicki Northrup and I live at Lake Harbor. Mayor McLean and Boise City Council members, I appreciate the opportunity to test at this appeal hearing. I oppose Interfaith Sanctuary moving to the State Street location in Boise. This move is not in the best interest of the Boise homeless population. It makes no sense to have a facility to house 200 to 300 people on State Street that doesn't allow for adequate space and resources. Homeless people need a location where their needs can be met and resources provided. The Collister area, adjacent schools and neighborhoods are not a good environment for them. My greatest concern will be the negative impact on the Boise River ecosystem. The Boise River and Greenbelt are several of the jewels of Boise to enjoy by everyone. Homeless encampments will happen when there's not adequate space at the State Street facility. Crime and trash will increase, requiring more policing and resources to maintain a safe environment for people and nature. As a resident at Lake Harbor, I am concerned for my own personal safety and security for my home. Please do not let the pressure coming from this very controversial situation result in a quick decision that results in negative long-term consequences for both the homeless and adjoining neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Aaron Boyce.
Aaron, welcome. And then
we have Susan Deemer and Elizabeth Kahn.
Great.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Erin Boyce, and I've owned my home in the Veterans Park neighborhood since 2010. The staff report asserts that the commission could have used the SEPTED as a source of substantial examples for additional conditions that could have been included in an improved conditional use permit. I will highlight for you some of the key findings and recommendations that the SEPTED offers with regard to environmental design. As you will see, the design measures recommended in the SEPTED would be very difficult to implement in the Veterans Park neighborhood environment. The SEPTED findings and recommendations include: number one, the shoreline area greenbelt is very busy and high usage of it reduces unwanted behaviors. In our area, the greenbelt traffic is much lower than in downtown, and there's a very wide, well-screened riparian corridor offering low traffic spots with the expectation of privacy. It is not feasible to activate these spaces for natural surveillance. Number two, references public art as a deterrent to graffiti in businesses, working hard on routine litter cleanup, including drug paraphernalia and human waste, to maintain the appearance of a well-maintained area. As a designated deteriorating and deteriorated area, for urban renewal eligibility, our area has little to no public art, and it does not, by definition, have the appearance of a well-maintained area to deter misbehavior. Attempting to implement this would require an additional burden on many surrounding renters, homeowners, and businesses for daily maintenance of litter generation. Now, here are the verbatim future development considerations from the SEPTED. In a residential environment, buildings should have access controlled parking and bicycle storage for residents. The design should allow for natural surveillance. The design should limit the number of entrances. Trash and recycling should be in the interior of the building. Landscaping beds should be designed to avoid creating hiding spots and conflicts with lighting. Regular maintenance should include keeping shrubs trimmed below 2 feet. Building perimeter should be illuminated. Design should deter bike theft. So I invite you to consider how these types of measures could be applied to each single family home or mobile home within a 1,000-foot radius of the proposed shelter. Those recommendations are clearly designed for multifamily developments and are designed to eliminate access opportunities to private property. This just isn't feasible in the Veterans Park neighborhood. The Shoreline SEPTED recommendations do address an area where multiple social service providers operate and which hosts the bulk of Boise's unhoused population. In the 2020 point in time count, there were 647 people in that user group in Ada County. But Interfaith's proposal to transfer
Thank you, Erin.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to move to Elizabeth Kahn.
Okay, Elizabeth, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council members. My name is Elizabeth Kahn, and I live at 5919 Westport in the Collister neighborhood. This application has made it very clear to me how far behind the city has fallen in its core municipal responsibility of public safety. We frequently hear that Boise's infrastructure is not keeping up with growth when it comes to roads and traffic congestion, but this is merely an inconvenience. What we are witnessing in this application is the truth about how far behind we are in police staffing. This is a very serious issue in relation to this application. Maybe the police department has been told not to be so bold in stating the burden this conditional use request will impose, but everyone following this can see this is very problematic. Approval to relocate this shelter far from the new police station, which was specifically cited to be near this particular shelter, will force the properties and businesses in the Veterans Park neighborhood to hold the health and safety risks for this type of land use on their balance sheet, and to do so in an environment where the city's own record clearly shows the public safety services are already stretched woefully thin. This application will place our fellow citizens who serve as first responders at greater risk, while also putting the whole city at greater risk. Additionally, this location and type of use will knowingly increase cost to the city budget to lease, equip, and staff an additional facility to provide rapid service to a population that places a high demand on public safety resources. These additional costs for public safety will confer a special privilege on this private property owner by directly causing a government department to expand services specifically to address the adverse impacts of the requested use, a type of use the city has the full power and authority to deny. The commissioners use the power and authority granted to them by you to correctly deny this application based on the police department's letter acknowledging the burden, the safety evidence and adverse impacts presented by the citizens, and the necessity of wise and efficient expenditure of public funds. The denial of this conditional use request needs to be upheld by the council. Thank you for listening to my testimony today.
Thanks. Good night.
Madam Mayor, Pete Barnes.
Hi, Pete. Pete, we can't hear you.
Madam Mayor, I have asked him to unmute.
Hey, Pete, we can hear noise, but not you.
Can you skip me, maybe?
Oh,
For a
now we
little
can
bit?
hear you. You good?
Okay. Sorry, I am a passenger in a car right now, so it went a little bit longer than I was expecting tonight.
Well, we can hear you, so go ahead and jump in.
Okay. Can you pull up slides?
Pete, we'll come back to you later. Oh,
Yes.
okay. Go ahead, Pete. Yeah, we'll try you again in a little bit when you're in a better spot.
Madam Mayor, Andrew Jones.
Hi, Andrew.
Good evening. Is that coming through?
Yep.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, City Council. My name is Andrew Jones, and I'm a representative of Stormlock Self Storage that is located there on 4400 West State Street. We've been participating in this community for well over 30 years. This particular location has been there since 1994. We truly enjoy the Boise and have been following these proceedings as we've gone along. Grateful to have this opportunity. As far as background goes, our concern, I'm not going to go through the reams of information that you have already received in the P&Z hearings as well as this. It's very evident that this should be upheld and this denial should be upheld. as a business owner over there representing the owners, it's challenging to say the least to adequately describe what will happen. And when I say what will happen, that comes from managing properties of our type of self-storage in over 4 states for decades. And every time that there is an increase in people experiencing homelessness, unfortunately, there is an uptick and increase in calls to the police and calls to the fire department, in break-ins at our locations, at loitering, public defecation, urination, all of these things. It will happen. And as I've been listening to the hours and hours of discussion upon this with valid points on obviously on both sides, it's very difficult to come to any other conclusion that this purely does not work in this location. There are so many compounding elements to it. As much as we would love to agree and believe all the different assurances that Mr. Scoggins or Sturgill will give, the problem with assurances is there's no way to enforce them, and then therefore there's no recourse for the property owners and businesses over, that are left to deal with these items on their own. And so I encourage you all to uphold the decision made by P&Z, and again, grateful for this opportunity to speak, and thank you.
Thank you. And next,
Madam Mayor, Quentin Seward.
Hi, Quentin.
And there we go. Are we good?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, let me get my speech up here. Had it up. All right, I'm ready. During the planning and zoning hearing for this application, the testimony that stood out the most for me was the concern expressed by the former Boise City Council member, Paula Forney. Having been a council member, she clearly would understand the duty and responsibility of city government in a decision such as this. Her testimony addressed 2 specific points. The first point is that the commission and the council have a statutory obligation under land use law to consider the impact on public resources when making decisions. She pointed out that the letter from the Boise Police Department specifically acknowledged that their ability to effectively address a higher call volume at the proposed location will impact their limited resources, and it forewarned of an influx of calls impacting the ability to provide adequate service to other parts of the city. This would place the whole city at greater risk. Just because they did not use the exact words of undue burden in their comment letter does not mean it is not an undue burden. The second point she addressed is the primary responsibility of government to provide public services and to do so in a physically sound manner per Idaho's land use law. Section 67-6502B says, to ensure that adequate public facilities and services are provided to the people at reasonable cost. This is one of 4 of the 13 proposals that use the word ensure, which means it is not optional. The record for this application shows the new downtown police station was specifically cited to be near the current IFS shelter location to address the demand on services by this type of use. The public has paid for this multi-million-dollar investment to best support the surrounding community where social services are to be located according to the policies adopted in the Boise City Comprehensive Plan. The denial of this application is prudent stewardship for the taxpayers' money, as it ensures the $4.3 million public expenditure on this police station was reasonable, appropriate, and returns the highest benefit to public safety. She concluded by saying, it is not an overreach of police power to deny a land use application that would reduce the operating impacts and the effect of the public money invested in the new police station. She sat in your shoes. She knows what she is talking about. Please uphold the denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Madam Mayor, those are all of the individuals that were online prior to tonight. Those that are remaining have not been logged on until today.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll move into people here in the building. I'm Joe Bankard, and I'm going to ask folks to come forward. So we've got Joe Bankard, and then Jess Chapman, and then Ed Keener, you're already in the front.
My name's Joe Bankard. I live in the Collister area, and I'm actually the pastor at Collister United Methodist Church, which is just a few blocks from the proposed site. Thank you, Madam Mayor and the council members for hearing my testimony. I live in the area. I also have a 14-year-old son and 9-year-old daughter that attend schools in Collister. They access the Greenbelt via Willow Lane Park. I've skin in the game in this, and I also strongly support Interfaith's appeal. I hope you will too. The fact of the matter is that we've got a need for it. Right now, I think Interfaith's housing 275 people, 175 in the building and 100 in hotels. And Madam Mayor, you mentioned what happens to the other 75. That's a great question, but 205 at the new location is 205 fewer people that need shelter.
Where social services
without Interfaith,
are to be
we're going to
located.
have a much larger
Could you,
problem.
sorry to interrupt you. We need to mute Aaron Boyce. Thank you. Go ahead.
So without Interfaith, we have a much larger problem. And I think the community itself has a much larger problem. A new facility with innovative programs provides a much better solution, I think, than more people unhoused and on the street. On Monday, it was raised the issue of a negative economic impact. I think that's a real concern. I want to reframe that briefly to suggest that right now you have an abandoned warehouse. You have a building with no life in it. Interfaith proposes to come bring over 200 people, individuals, families, employees. These are people, by the way, that love pizza, tacos, burgers. They're going to get coffee at Cafina. They're going to shop at the Dollar Tree. They're going to support all kinds of local business. And more than that, they want to revamp the building. They want to create green space, a park area, landscaping, beautify that space that I think will be a huge benefit to State Street. I know that Council Member Halliburton, you mentioned square footage and best practices. And of course, I think best practice, what we want are outcomes. What are the outcomes we're looking for? And to me, I see no reason why we can't get great outcomes with smaller square footage because of the innovative programs that Interfaith is offering. They're talking about 24/7 care. They're talking about childcare, food prep training, job training, GED prep, all kinds of things that are here to try to generate those outcomes. So I think because of their innovation, they're going to be able to generate outcomes with a smaller space than maybe some other shelters in other cities. And I want to think about that innovation for a minute. It's something that I want to see us support. Our homeless neighbors are children of God. They require care and concern. And this is something that Interfaith is trying deeply to do, trying to care and to love. So I would ask you to continue to support their work, support this innovation, and to uphold their appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, question.
Yep. Joe, would you
Joe?
take a question, please? From Councilmember Halliburton.
Yeah. Joe, thanks for coming here. Collister United Methodist does a lot of work with their refugee community. And there's been a lot of concern that's been talked about locating this as close to some of our refugee neighborhoods. And I'm wondering if you could maybe speak to if you have any concerns with locating this so closely to some of our young refugee neighborhoods.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak for like communities that are transitioning and things like. But from my perspective as a pastor, someone who works at a church that has a Swahili speaking fellowship and things, I don't have concerns. In fact, many that we've reached out to, again, are recognize being displaced, how important it is to try to find shelter and homes. So many of them have the kind of heart that want to see people housed. So I personally don't have concerns, but I don't pretend to speak for the refugee community in whole. Yep.
Yes. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jeff Chapman. I was previously a guest at Interfaith Sanctuary. I'm now living on my own, and thanks for the support I received during my stay at Interfaith. My address is 3019 South Leadville Avenue. I would like to thank the City Council and Mayor for the opportunity to speak about Interfaith's proposed new location. I came to Interfaith Sanctuary as a guest. long history of drug and alcohol abuse. At IFS, I learned about Project Recovery and intensive outpatient program. In the program, I had moved through phase 4, which is our community engagement program for Project Recovery. In the program, I learned about mindfulness, meditation, prayer, breathing, relapse prevention, anger management, and also learned self-esteem, self-worth, and building confidence, strengths, and as well as skills I learned. Lost. I found a safe place with this program and the community that got me on my path to recovery. While in phase 2 of Project Recovery, I was introduced to Interfaith Food Service Training Program. It was there where I found my joy, being in the food trailer program and offering food to those in need. To my friends, I really opened up my heart and I completed the course, received my safe certification, and serving dinner on the weekends. My case manager helped me through this training program into a paid position through Idaho Department of Labor. Work Ready program. While working in the food trailer, I was able to find housing on my own and then work to train guests in food service skills and help in day-to-day operations, providing nutritional meals to our guests. I was then promoted to Boise City Park, working with City Parks and Recreation work program supervisor to help guests find honorable work and keeping our parks clean, cleaning the bathrooms, pulling weeds, and just trying to keep the parks nice. I found recovery and passion because of the safety and care offered to me during my time at Interfaith. Our friends without shelter deserve the same opportunities as me to get back on their feet and find their path home. Please support their use permit at Interfaith Sanctuary. Will be a good neighbor to our homeless community, and our homeless community deserves a better shelter. Again, thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Thank you. Ed Keener. And then Sam McCaskill. Ed, we've asked that people not clap.
I'm
or-
sorry.
Thank you.
I didn't hear that.
You didn't because you weren't here the first day.
I wasn't.
I forgot to say it today.
But he's the reason that we exist. So my name is Ed Keener. I live in the Collister neighborhood. I'm a member of the association. I live about a half mile from the proposed site. First, I want to say that just having the city council with this kind of depth and knowledge is something that didn't even exist in 2005. So I personally am very, very grateful to you as city council people for taking the time and the effort to understand these issues. I was one of maybe 40 or so founders of Interfaith Sanctuary, been a volunteer, was board president for 10 years, and over more than 3 decades have interacted in various ways with homeless individuals. We as founders and planners, officers of Interfaith, from the very beginnings in 2005, were clear that providing only overnight shelter and some food met an immediate need, but it was not the way to get people permanently out of homelessness. It got them out of the cold, the heat, the bad weather, but it didn't put people on the path. We worked to add some services which helped end homelessness, but our dream was always wraparound services. Now it's called best practices for ending homelessness, and this city has adopted that as their goals. Back then, large numbers of people who were homeless, limiting the size of the shelter, the limit of the size of the shelter, having enough space to include needed services was always an obstacle. Back then, this lack of space for services meant that our homeless guests left early in the morning and returned late at night, as you well know. The additional space in the proposed State Street facility will assure that many, many needed services will be offered on site, and those have been stated previously. Homeless persons will not en masse leave in the morning and then return in the evening. And because Sanctuary Shelter has greatly evolved its services offerings, individuals and families with children They will be able to engage within this facility all day long. This mitigates the impact. Back then, it was greatly disturbing to see in the morning babies and young children in their strollers being pushed out the door by their caregivers with no particular place to go or life-affirming things to do in their time. Daily life on the street is not a good teacher. In the new facility, we will have daycare, there will be programming and caring professionals. These, among many other offerings. Some might call having enough space for many services throughout the day as mitigating the impact. I call it respecting the dignity of each individual, regardless of their position in life, so that they can succeed in life.
Ed, you've gone over time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sam McCaskill. And then on deck, Sherry Ford and Brian Stevens.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
We lift this just a bit.
Yeah,
Thank you.
My name is Sam McCaskill. I was retained as the real estate professional to assist Interfaith Sanctuary in their search for a new shelter. So going back to the start, we really started off by trying to refine the search of exactly what they needed. And really what it came down to was total use of property, total size of the lot, and then perhaps a building that they could refurbish. We went through a ton of different opportunities throughout the area. One of the other things that really played a big part was being able to have relative proximity to downtown. And then with that is having public transit as well. So we went through on-market opportunities, off-market opportunities, and it was a unique time when Interfaith came to us to be able to help them in this search. COVID had just happened, and so the real estate market was at a volatile state where people weren't sure what was going to happen. So fortunately enough for them and their timing, a property opened up, and it was the Salvation Army building. It provided an opportunity, and I say that because in walking through the facility with Jody and a bunch of the other members of Interfaith Sanctuary, they were just excited at the opportunity of the space that it provided, the opportunity of services that it could expand to their guests at the Interfaith Sanctuary. So in that, I'll leave with, I think that they'll do everything that they can in their power to be able to treat the area with respect and listen to everybody around them. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry? And then if Brian Stevens would make your way up here, I appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, I'm Sherry Ford. I'm in the Collister area. I live on Red Oak, directly behind the Collister Shopping Center. And I have a few comments about how I don't think this is a good plan. The city's long-range plans are to improve and revitalize the State Street corridor, which directly aligns with the purpose in Chapter 11 of Boise's Development Code, which is to stimulate economic opportunity. This is particularly relevant to this application as the area proposed for this shelter has not been considered as desirable for investors and developers. The record for this application includes a summary from interviews and focus groups conducted with various stakeholders to examine the lack of interest in the State Street area due to the real and perceived issues, as well as the potential market demand and challenges for this area. The issues include the middle section of the corridor was viewed as less desirable than the bookends. The negative perceptions of State Street, with all interviewees discussing issues of safety and comfort as concerns. Their area already has considerable amount of affordable housing, and low-cost rentals result in a reluctance to invest because of low returns. How does this application relate to these stakeholders' concerns? The middle of the corridor is exactly where IFS seeks to relocate to. The proposed use will further increase the safety concerns as shown by the SEPTED study, which shows the highest crime rates in the city surround the current location of the IFS shelter. The plans for the corridor include mixed-use projects, which tend to have challenges. Attractive financing and proposed use will not de-risk such projects. It will do the opposite. Based on the evidence in the record for this application, an approval of this type of use would not be in the best economic interest of the city or the other property interests in this area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Stevens, and then will Kayana Gunther and Pete Schroeder please make your way up here?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Ryan Stevens. I'm a staff attorney at Intermountain Fair Housing Council, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Intermountain Fair Housing Council. First, I wanted to address, I think there was a question of whether the shelter would be covered under the Fair Housing Act. It is IFHC's position that it is covered under the Fair Housing Act because people keep stuff there, they return there. My understanding is that very few new intakes are done with the shelter, so it would be covered as a dwelling. Moreover, as you may be well aware, zoning is covered under the Fair Housing Act, and zoning decisions made by the City Council and by the Planning and Zoning Commission, whoever's making those zoning conditions that affect people and their housing patterns. Another point I'd like to make is it was mentioned by the police chief that out of the service calls, majority of them are going to be welfare checks. Something I'm going to talk about in just a second is that many people who are homeless are also disabled. A significant proportion of people are disabled. And then if you have a disability and you're a person of color or you're a woman, you have a higher percentage of facing homelessness in your lifetime. So there is a problem with having welfare checks being a reason why this might be a decision the City Council makes, because it comes across as maybe facially discriminatory, because that is something that people cannot help while they're dealing with homelessness, that they need welfare checks due to disability. Another thing I'd like to bring up is that this is a low barrier shelter that doesn't discriminate based on families or religion or LGBTQ. There's 96 beds that are going to be provided just for families. A person living off Social Security income is about $850 a month. And I deal with clients every day who don't know where they're going to live because they can't come up with their rent because housing prices are getting higher and higher. So this is really a disability issue. The city has a duty under 42 USC 3608 to affirmatively further fair housing. And I'm hoping that it makes a decision to help what may be the only shelter, in my opinion, is the only shelter that conforms with the Fair Housing Act, with trying to open it up to people who need shelter. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kayana Gunther. And then Pete Schroeder.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor McLean and council members, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Kayana Gunther. My address is 1620 West River Street, Boise, Idaho 83702. I'm a licensed master social worker. I've worked at Interfaith Sanctuary since August of 2019, but I've been involved with Interfaith since January of 2018. I want to address the trauma that is associated with experiencing homelessness. I want to address this topic with the utmost care, as this is the lived experiences of the guests that are served daily at Interfaith Sanctuary. Trauma, as defined by APA, is an exposure to an extraordinary experience that presents a physical or psychological threat to oneself or others and generates a reaction of helplessness and fear. That is the literal definition of homelessness. In counseling, there is a degree of stabilization that is required before a client works through their trauma. This also relates to the stabilization of people experiencing homelessness as they experience trauma in their daily lives. Trauma is extremely difficult to work through, and if there is not a stable environment around the client, Interfaith Sanctuary seeks to provide and expand this stable environment. Trauma can come in many forms. We are specifically going to address the trauma that is formed because of a lack of access to basic resources. These basic resources that are at the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs are not basic for the population experiencing homelessness. Access to clean water, toilet facilities, shelter from the elements, clothing, overnight shelter, access to computers or phones to sign up for additional resources, access to case management and art therapy, to workshops that focus on budgeting, home managing a home, applying for jobs, and self-care. The State Street location will provide access to these resources. There will be 24/7 access, not just to overnight shelter, but to resources that will help provide this population with the tools they need to move out of sanctuary and into their lives. In providing this access to resources, the quality of life and health of the guests staying at Interfaith Sanctuary will be improved. The crimes of survival that you have heard of, such as loitering, urinating in public, or obstructing a public way, will be negated by the 24/7 access to the sanctuary property. There will be fewer emergency calls related to being without shelter from the elements. There will be a mass stabilization for guests that stay at the Interfaith Sanctuary. This stabilization will help the guests go from surviving every minute of every hour to thriving and leaving the shelter. Our current warehouse facility is not nearly large enough to provide access that will be provided at the State Street location. The population experiencing homelessness will not be wandering around the neighborhood or defecating in people's lawns. They will be within the safety of the sanctuary grounds. This population hears and sees what people both say to them and about them. They have learned to stay away from the things and people that place more trauma onto them. They're a community that hold on to each other, a community that helps each other. This population is not dangerous. This population is worthy of the same care we give to ourselves and the care that we give to our friends and family. This community is in danger if Interfaith is not allowed to move forward with the State Street building. Please approve this appeal.
Thank you. Pete Schroeder. And then Brody Aston.
Mayor Lauren and members of the City Council. I'm a member of Cathedral of the Rockies and have been on staff there as Director of Local Missions. Our church was one of the founding members of Interfaith Sanctuary. As such, I've spent lots of time meeting with Jody Peterson-Steigers, the Executive Director, and other housing advocacy organizations. There, I've learned much about the powerful programming that Interfaith can offer at their new shelter. These past few days, we've heard lots of testimony about those concerns related to increased crime, loitering, and associated behaviors at the shelter of place on the local community and emergency services. Interfaith Sanctuary, in planning for the shelter, worked with national organizations who have identified best practices for shelters. Many of these guidelines are in response to the lack of affordable housing across the country. In order to reduce trauma and create stability, shelters are being asked to offer a housing-first approach inside their shelter programming. This approach reduces the risk to neighborhoods and offers the much-needed stability to our unhoused population. Interfaith's new shelter will provide 24-hour access to its guests. They will have use of bathrooms, showers, facilities, computers, everything that you and I probably take for granted. The issues we see with the unhoused population out on the street are due exactly to having that lack of access to those very basic needs. Overnight emergency shelters ask their guests to leave during the day are what cause the impact on our neighborhoods and our emergency services. Having on-site medical, case management, and supportive services allows our guests to access that consistent care. So Interfaith Low Barrier Shelter provides that access day and night. The 24-hour access decreases the impact of a shelter in this location. Guests do not need to navigate streets all day because the shelter and resources are available, reducing the risk of seeing an increase in crime, loitering, and trespassing. Guests have access to on-site medical services, which will reduce the impact on emergency medical needs. And guests have a curfew of 8 p.m., which will remove the idea that guests will be out about the evening creating an unsafe neighborhood. As one who seeks to live my faith, I know that we are called to love our neighbors. Our neighbors include all in our community. Serving our neighbors without housing those with the greatest needs is therefore a moral obligation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete.
Madam Mayor, I have a quick question for Pete.
Pete, would you take a question from?
Would you be willing to take a question? Thank you so much. So in the Shelter Better Task Force strategic recommendations, it specifically calls out that shelter should not be a destination. It's a pass-through as people gain access to permanent housing. And in your presentation, you talked about that this shelter is taking a housing first approach. That this is something I've been trying to reconcile for the past few days. And so I'm hoping you can kind of enlighten me a little bit.
I'll do to the best of my ability. So I know New Path is a housing first approach. And they have mimicked many such activities across the country. And I'm just quoting loosely. Others can provide more detailed information. But their studies over the past 2 years show that housing first is the way to reduce the impact of the homeless populations and their care on community services. If I remember right, within the first year or two, when they looked at things like contacts or emergency calls to their shelter, or their apartments, interactions with law enforcement.
Just to clarify my question,
okay.
I'm very familiar with the housing first that we have. Since this is an application for emergency shelter, which in the Shelter Better Task Force recommendations, it says shelter should not be a destination. It is a pass-through as people gain access to permanent housing. I'm trying to reconcile these two things. So I'm just, if you don't have an answer for me, you can just say, I'm not sure, and that's totally fine.
I'm not sure. I think it has to do with the programming that they'll be able to offer to their guests.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Brody Aston.
Appreciate it, Mayor, Council members. For the record, my name is Brody Aston, and I'm here to support Interfaith Sanctuary and support the community of Boise that I grew up in. I wasn't born in Boise, but I got here as soon as I could. My parents moved me here when I was about 1 year old, so I've spent about the last 38 years living here. And I'm grateful every day I get to live here. And I appreciate all our neighbors that live here and the community we've built here and the reason that everyone wants to come here. And I think we need to maintain that. My wife and I live in the Collister neighborhood. We live less than a mile away from the proposed shelter site. And I'm excited about the prospect of having more neighbors in our neighborhood that get to enjoy it. We love living there. We feel grateful to live there every day. And other people should also get to enjoy that. I think Interfaith is there to help people transition through this hard point in their life. And we should be there to support them as well. I know this issue is complicated and emotion-filled and intense, but it doesn't seem that complicated to me. We have a private organization that is there to help our most vulnerable neighbors. And it seems like government should be the last thing to get in the way of this. It should be the first thing to help and most encourage these type of programs and help these type of programs to help these people and help these kind of neighbors to make sure they can get through the neighborhood and get through their transition and their hard part in their life. And if they're in my neighborhood, which is great, and I encourage that, it'd be wonderful. And I'd support you guys all supporting this appeal, supporting the Interfaith Sanctuary, and approving this going forward.
Thank you. So now we'll go back online.
Madam Mayor, we currently have 3 participants online. First is Tim Flaherty.
Welcome, Tim.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tim Flaherty. My address is 6225 West Overland Road, Boise, Idaho. I am the former assistant director of Interfaith Sanctuary, and I am currently the CEO of a homeless street outreach and housing program called Astegos.org. I am before you today to oppose the proposed shelter location because I do not believe it is in the best interest of the homeless population to place a shelter on State Street in a residential neighborhood. Relocating the Interfaith Sanctuary shelter outside of downtown directly conflicts with the opinion that was reached by Dr. Penny Beach, Maureen Brewer, Vanessa Fry, Stephanie Day, Rabbi Fink, Andy Scoggin, and Diana Watson, each of whom was interviewed and quoted in the Interfaith Sanctuary organizational background report, which is in your packet and was produced in 2020 ahead of determining if a new shelter was needed. These 7 people came to the following conclusion, and I quote, all agreed that locating the new campus is in approximately the same area downtown Boise would be the right place because of proximity to all supportive services providers, including healthcare and the courts. Walkability to services is key because of poor public transportation options in Ada County, end quote. Again, the key people who reached this consensus are Dr. Penny Beach, Maureen Brewer, Vanessa Fry, Stephanie Day, Rabbi Fink, Andy Scoggin, and Diana Watson. They unanimously agreed that this shelter should be downtown. And I happen to agree with that opinion. Interfaith Sanctuary's background report, again, it's in your packet. I would just like to add that my organization has raised millions of dollars over the last 5 years to meet the needs of the homeless population who don't stay inside the shelters. We have a staff of 9 full-time employees that work one-on-one with homeless individuals who choose to live on the streets rather than in shelters. We track our work in a private HMIS software, and I can tell you from both my experience working inside Interfaith Sanctuary and on the streets that many of the people who stay at Interfaith have been there for years and years, some even a decade or longer. I have spoken with several former directors of Interfaith Sanctuary, and none of them can believe that this is the plan, to move the shelter farther away from resources. And we've all come to the conclusion that that is a bad idea. Most of the homeless people that our team speaks with on a daily basis are also not supportive of this move to State Street. Please uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's ruling. This is just the wrong location for this potential shelter. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I've got a question for Tim. Tim, you there still?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tim, is your organization, is it a member of our Path Home network?
We are, yes. Mm-hmm.
And so our Path Home network recommended support, and our Shelter Better Task Force also recommended support. Were you one of the dissenting members? How's it that they recommended support, but you're not part of that recommendation?
Well, I think that we disagreed with their recommendation, and I'm taking this opportunity to share with you that not just myself, but several other members of the public and people who serve the homeless population don't agree with moving the shelter down State Street. We think it's the wrong location for it. It's further away from services. It's going to be more difficult for the people who stay at Interfaith to reach services when they need them. So we just, I know that there's been this outpouring of support from, I would say, some organizations, but the ones
But you're not one of them.
I'm definitely not one of them. No, sorry.
Thank you.
Nope. All right, thank you. Next up.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, Jeff Jacobs.
Jeff, you're up. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So I wanted to sum up an article that I saw in the Idaho Statesman. It said that the Boise Rescue Mission can shelter up to 500 people across their 5 shelters, according to Reverend Bill Roscoe. Right now, BRM is sheltering 350 people, and capacity is available in all 5 shelters. There isn't a shortage, and anyone who shows up to the rescue mission today would be served. Roscoe said, you got to be on good behavior. You got to cooperate with staff and things like that. He also said the truth of the matter is we have capacity at the Boise Rescue Mission for men, women, and children, and we invite any homeless person to come over, check in with us, spend the night, and take advantage of all our services of the Boise Rescue Mission has to offer. They also said they are not a high barrier shelter. They don't discriminate, and the only way you probably won't get in there is if you're under influence of drugs or alcohol. Religion is not forced upon anyone who comes to that shelter. And I'm just summing up an article that was in the Idaho Statesman. So that's all I have to say. I think the bill should be denied, by the way.
Thank you. And Pete Barnes, yes, you were next.
Hi, sorry about earlier. I was on bottle duty, and of course, it always comes at great times, right?
Oh, no,
So,
don't worry about it. I didn't realize that you all had a baby. It sounded
yeah, he's
beautiful.
only 9 months. Lincoln. Anyways, I'll start. Hello, my name is Pete Barnes, and I own property on Plum Street. It's about 500 feet from the proposed location. And I'm here today to speak about property values. And I have a slides about property value. Are those up? I can't see right now.
Yeah, Josh has got it. Yep, it's there.
Great. So the 2019 New York City study directly addresses the impact of emergency shelter on surrounding property values. It found that shelters had a negative impact on residential properties values within at least 1,000 feet. The study predicts drops of 7.1% within 500 feet, and an emergency shelter, or for a site like this within 1,000 feet of another emergency shelter, drops of up to 24.5%. We address property value because they are a measurable indicator of an impact on the surrounding property. In a less tangible sense, they also serve as a proxy for the quality of life impact. A drop in property value represents a broad agreement among property buyers that there will be a reduction in the quality of life in a neighborhood surrounding an emergency shelter. Next slide. I do want to point out that many other sources were reviewed, assessed the impact of low-income housing, traditional housing, or permanent supportive housing on property value, and typically do not find an impact. These housing uses are fundamentally different from what we're talking about today, an emergency shelter, and the uses should not be conflated. A few studies regarding small homeless shelters between 24 and 50 beds found increases in property value, but attributed them to conversions of the land surrounding the new shelter to commercial use, displaying the previous residential users. Next slide. While housing values of the VPN have grown during COVID, values have actually decreased. Unlike Boise, as a whole, over the 5 months between Interfaith application submittal in April and the end of September, this table shows Boise's baseline market growth in the top 2 rows, with spot check properties with approximately 1,000 feet of the proposed site broken out below. All data is based on Zillow's estimate on housing values. Most properties show significant decreases through some, though some, including next to the proposed site, show modest increases below the Boise average. We speculate that this may be related to the automated faulty selection of comparable properties to include commercial listing sales such as Flying Pie and Salvation Army sites or Valor Point. There is some indication that the decreases could be an effect of stigmatization associated with the neighborhood, as some sellers have reported that realtors instructed them to list as soon as possible before the shelter may be approved. If this effect is casual, it would support the New York City study and find decrease in residential property values surrounding emergency shelters. Regardless of the cause, the impact of neighborhood residents is the same. The ability to relocate within Boise is constrained because values are depressed below the growth in other areas. Continued drop in the value would make this effect stronger. The ability to overlook the impacts of property value comes to the place of privilege. Thank you for your time.
All right, I don't have anybody else signed up in person. Is there anybody that intended to testify?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just, Councilmember Halliburton made a statement that the Shelter Better Task Force was in support of this application. I guess I'd like to just read from the strategic recommendations of the task force if I could.
I think he actually said that the Our Path Home.
I said both.
You said both.
I said both. But I was talking about Our Path Home and then the recommendations from the Shelter Better Task Force that were there. So I do agree that the Shelter Better Task Force didn't necessarily come out with a full recommendation.
Well, they didn't come out with a recommendation at all.
Yep.
They came out with prioritized recommendations on strategic focus areas, including best practices, community criteria, and recommendations for leadership, but not a specific recommendation about this. Thank you.
Anyone further? Is there anyone online?
Madam Mayor, next up online is Tana Barnes.
Great. Welcome, Tana.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you all for listening to all of us this week. I'd like to start out. My name is Tana, and I own property at 4077 Plum Street. And the strength of the report that VPNA submitted lies in the extensive citations it provides. You can follow the data or references back to the source, as Mr. Scoggins did, and evaluate the strength of the conclusions. The Neighborhood Association and Katie Decker have been clear that they are happy to be transparent about what went into it and offer to send the Ada County data received to anyone on the task force. It is on record in this application, as are the other original sources the report cites. As the council has noted, there is a dearth of American standards governing shelter. It is our observation that, as a field, American social service providers are very wary of generating any requirements surrounding shelter as it relates to the surrounding area. Research studies documenting the impacts of homeless shelters are also few, though there are some impacts of shelter on the surrounding record documented in published papers in the vein of assessing impacts. For example, the 2018 Ridgeway study that finds property crime increases around shelters in residential areas, or the Independent Budget Office of the City of New York that finds property values decline around homeless shelters. And also from New York, a look at shelter citing concerns relative to concentration of poverty, Halimi 2020. Robust literature on the impacts of concentration of poverty from Gelster, Abraham, and Nieborn underline the concerns of increasing socioeconomic segregation our county is struggling with. We are aware of two authors who have attempted to begin to address this knowledge gap of how impacts around shelters are managed by surveying municipalities as to if or how their zoning codes limit shelter and publishing the results, Gilderbloom and Wursel. These studies are the basis for our comments on prospective buffers, both from other shelters or similar residential social service sites and from residential zones. These studies also show that many jurisdictions have capped the maximum allowable size for a shelter ranging from 4 to 200 beds, and a few jurisdictions have codified minimum space requirements either by building wide square footage, by lot square footage, or by sleeping area square footage. The Gilderbloom 2013 and Wursel 2010 paper acknowledges trade-offs in shelter siting, ultimately recommending that shelters be distributed throughout areas of the city, not concentrated in a few areas, and acknowledge that jurisdictions exhibit a strong preference for shelters of 25 people or less. And that's all I have for you tonight.
Thank you, Tana. And next?
Madam Mayor, Jenna Nelson.
Jenna, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I live at 4935 West Wymosa. Our path home testified that best practice is the following: the right size shelter is whatever the community needs. Let's carry this to its natural conclusion that we should build a 620 bed shelter at this location. It will reduce the impact on the neighborhood and surrounding businesses and serve the entire peak population of individuals experiencing homelessness in Boise. We can see that this is an illogical argument, which points to a limitation of these best practices. Let's instead imagine a 25 bed shelter. Would we truly expect the impact of a 25 bed shelter on State Street to have a greater impact on the neighborhood and surrounding businesses than a 620 bed shelter? No, this best practice, whatever its origin, clearly does not make sense. The size of a shelter doesn't change the impact to the area. The larger the shelter, the more impact an area will experience. We didn't hear about coordinated entry in tonight's presentation from our path home. This was listed as a best practice in the Shelter Better Task Force report. In Interfaith's assessment, they refused to adopt this practice prior to intake, saying this entry system would not be appropriate for our shelter. If we are full for the night, we will reach out to our shelter partners to see if space is available. The neighborhood residents have repeatedly asked for an offsite intake system to be adopted through coordinated entry. This method would also mitigate the potential for impact due to guests being turned away, unlike allowing the overflow up to fire code capacity as our path home recommended. Utilizing offsite intake would also avoid the overburdening of the daytime capacity that will push guests to seek privacy outside of the shelter. And that's all I have to share.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Leslie Charles.
Leslie?
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm Leslie Charles. I've been a resident of the Collister neighborhood since 1982. I changed my testimony a bunch of times, but I'm actually kind of happy to hear there's a little more transparency with our chiefs from first responders. But I still think the mayor's office creating the environment of neutrality is kind of a disservice to the whole city of Boise. Our bike patrol, radio cars, EMS, firefighters, dispatch are the true day-to-day experts on what goes on with the homeless and the different issues with all the homeless community and all the services, because they coordinate a lot of the different things. So that's all I'm going to say on that, except that I'm the one that had many meaningful conversations with current retired BPD, and not a single person endorsed this move. So Plan B. Currently, there are 3 properties slated for redevelopment in the shoreline area. They're all near the existing services of Terry Riley, the micro police station, Our Path Home, Corpus Christi. They are all owned by the city of Boise and Ada County, Absolute Training Police Firefighter Training Center, and I call it the city shops, but 825 and 829 South 17th Street. All of these properties share the boundaries of the connector and 5-lane shoreline drive. The firefighters' property is bordered by the Memorial Park and the Boise River. The 17th Street properties are neighboring a 1-acre property owned by Dean Dairy that store refrigerated trucks. The closest residential property is the Riverwalk Apartments, and they are more than 300 feet away. All of these properties are zoned C3D, so they could be an option. And again, because they are owned by the city and Ada County, and they're slated for development, they will be hitting, they'll be in front of you pretty soon. Then as far as nonprofits go, I've worked with hundreds of nonprofits for over 35 years. Boards and executive directors change on an average of every 3 to 5 years. Because there is no future guarantee of promises and good neighbor agreements by future representatives of the applicant, I ask you to really think about conditions that you'll put with the CUP. One of the main ones would be that the applicant would hire and fund 24/7 licensed, bonded professional security that would not only police the interior of the boundaries, but exteriors 1 mile radius, including Willow Park, Veterans Park, Sunset Park, the Greenbelt. And that would also relieve some tension from our overburdened first responders. I have more on the conditions, but I'm out of time. So thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we have no one left online to testify.
All right, then that concludes, excuse me, it's late, online testimony, and nobody else in the room wanted to testify when I asked. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and close. This is the end of taking public testimony. We will return because of the hour that it is. I don't want us to start the next phase. So this is what I wrote down.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Before we close up the record.
No, we're not closing up the record.
Yeah.
We're no longer taking. So still in the record, we have rebuttal, we have questions of staff, we have all of that.
Sure. Before we close the meeting tonight, there's one thing that I would like to clear up on the record, just with the conversation we're having there. And I can do that later. I can do that now.
Nope, you can do it. Go ahead and do it right now. And then I'll talk about the procedure for what's next.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear in the conversation that President Clegg and I were just having, as far as what I was trying to get at with some questioning. It was probably a little bit sloppy, for lack of a better term. So our Shelter Better Task Force came up with recommendations for leadership, as well as some strategic recommendations and feasibility criteria. And our Path Home group believe that this proposal fits those criteria, I think is what I was trying to get at. And I maybe didn't state correctly. Now, if I'm wrong in that statement, then that's probably something that I need some clarification on.
I'll ask staff to clarify that first. Is that correct? Oh, sorry. I didn't see you back there, Casey. Yeah, you can come on up. I was looking at Maureen because I didn't see you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, yes, that is correct. The executive committee, which is the governing body of Our Path Home, looked at all the recommendations and the criteria from the Shelter Better Task Force and voted unanimously to say that they believe the proposal from Interfaith Sanctuary is in alignment with those materials in the recommendation.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I apologize for some sloppy questioning this late in the night. It's been several days, and I probably could have made that a lot more clear. That was what I was trying to get at. And so, Casey, I really appreciate you giving that clarification.
Good.
Madam Mayor.
Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I appreciate that clarification as well. I just didn't want to let it stand that the Shelter Better Task Force did something that they didn't. They created a series of criteria. They created a series of recommendations. Our Path Home used those to review this proposal. And so absolutely correct.
And I appreciate you helping me clear that up.
Thanks.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't sure if we're going to be wrapping up early tonight or if we're going to continue being able to hear from staff, but whether that's today or if we continue that on Monday, just wanted to see if staff was going to be able to answer the question that I asked yesterday about what is the priority population that we are going to focus on if the council does decide to approve the CUP, and if we decide to uphold planning and zoning's decision to deny the conditional use permit, what will be plan B for how do we address the needs of these folks if Interfaith is unable to continue. So just wanted to see if that was going to happen today or Monday, because I would like to hear the rest of the presentation from Maureen and Casey if they're able to do that, whether that's today or on Monday.
Yeah, to clarify, we've got to restrict these conversations to what's in the record. And some of the questions that you asked are not part of the record. But Casey and Maureen will be back for further questions on Monday, as long as those questions are within the scope of the record and the conditions that might or might not be considered by council. So what we're going to do is on Monday, we'll come back here at 4. And what I'd like the council to be ready to do is come ready with your questions of staff and the, staff, neighborhood association questions if you've got them, and then the applicant through the rebuttal process. So we'll have some time before rebuttal for questions so that then the applicant/appellant can hear those questions and incorporate those into their rebuttal. And we'll take questions throughout the rebuttal from council. So we'll pause time and questions can be asked. At that point, I'll close the record. And then we can ask additional questions of staff that are procedural or technical in nature, and then deliberation. Right. Thank you all very much. We'll see you Monday.